wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. I do greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I do continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And with that said, welcome, y'all. Hey, y'all. It's February the 9th. Hey, Barry, Elderberry, Mr. Laney Pearl, uh, Chloe, yo, and Travis the Brick. Sup? I got here just before 20. So much love to all y'all out there today, this evening, tonight, or wherever you may be. Um, just to start off with Dominic. Que pasa? Yeah, que pasa, mi amigos, mi amigas? Gracias, por favor. Um, the last few days, just in talking about warming up and stuff, and the subject for tonight, this morning, spirit guides. You know, now you all might know what spirit guides are, or whatever, or so forth, and I'm still training mine. Inside joke, right? I'm still training mine, right? Yeah, slap me down, playfully, he said, as he wipes blood from his nostril. Um, you know, that there are some folks that would say, well, if you've got a spirit guide, then it must be evil or it's attached to some kind of supernatural something or other, and they're gonna steal your soul, Dave. They're gonna steal your soul. Lord have mercy, you're gonna steal your soul. Okay, calm down. And by the way, it's 12:19. Dominic. Oh Lord, oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz? My friends all drive Porsches. I must make amends. Worked hard all my lifetime. No help from my friends. Oh Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes Benz with the trunk packed full of really good weed? Oh Lord, sorry, 20. Boy, that's a shame. Have to sneeze when you take a good hit. Mm. It's time for me to take my evening meds, which is not much. Hey, Miss Pearl. One of my spirit guides is Saint Martha, the Dominator, sister to Lazarus and Mary Magdalene. Wow, that's interesting. Spirit guide or the South Side? The South Side? On the south side of Chicago stood a man about 6'4", about a man named Leroy Brown. He was bad Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole damn town, badder than old King Kong, meaner than a junkyard dog. Well, it took two men took to fighting. and I got down on the floor. Anyway, you know me, and when songs hit my brain. Regen, how are you? Now, Miss Pearl, your for tonight's discussion, or this morning actually. Well, it's still nighttime for y'all. It's dark outside, but never mind. Um, the This topic tonight is about spirit guides. In that, different people have different versions of what a spirit guide is or what it means to them. Okay, and like Miss Pearl, you have see them, videotape them, where other people no, they don't. Right? For me, there have been times where I have glimpsed my spirit guides, but I feel them, hear them. Don't take offense to this, guys, but sometimes I smell them. No, I'm not insinuating you got dirty socks. No, that's not it. And I don't even bring it up. It's because somehow it's the opening of your senses. And some folks are blessed or cursed, as they may see it. Like, I see dead people. Well, you might not want to see dead people. And there are people who are like, would search all their lives to see a real life ghost or something, or whatever it is, the experience. Well, so you want to see a ghost. Why? Well, I just want to see one. Why? Well, I want to prove that they're there. Well, what if you see something move across the mantle on a fireplace? Did you see it? Well, no, I just seen the cat. But he was there, or she, or they, or whatever. But, I want to see one. Okay. Now, I was that way myself growing up, right? And so, as a warning to those folks who like, I want to see one, I want to be careful what you wish for. Okay. I'm just saying, because when you've seen one ghost, you've seen them all. That's not true. But so, in many ways, people want to connect with their higher self. Well, maybe they want to connect with their spiritual self, right? Mediums, and now they're going to talk to the dead or those who have passed on, mediums, right? Medium, small, large, Sorry, it's that time of day or night that my nose has a tendency to want to take off and run. Like, boom, there it goes. There goes my nostrils. Y'all catch them. No, leave them alone. They need a good air now. But all joking aside, which I'm probably going to be throwing them in left and right this evening because it just seems to be in one of them moods myself. Them too, my spirit guides. So, come on, man, give me something to chew on here. Mystical lady friend, Wheatley's music and medium or small or extra large. I don't know. I've seen one of them extra large and I just wouldn't have one. But anyway, but this idea, uh, gonna start off kind of sort of in the novice area, in that somebody who might watch this would go, so what do you mean by a spirit guide? Is it a spirit? Is it a guide? What is it going to guide you? How is it going to guide you? Why do you need one of them suckers in the first place, right? Well, now, growing up a Catholic, as many of you know, it was back then before I even, well, I sort of knew about Indian stuff back then, but I was whitewashed in the Catholic Church. So, um, they be my spiritual overseers were angels, okay, because of the Catholic Church. Now, I do believe in guardian angels, but there's also spirit guides. And I've chatted with a lot of different folks, and we all seem to come up with the same thing. That, yep, there are our guides, but it seems like we got a guardian angel too, right? And they're not the same entity from those folks who I've chatted with. Um, and it's still open for discussion or whatever, in that you may just have one and it may be your guardian angel. Okie dokie. Um, there may not be two. There might, but here's the thing, to open up spiritually, I mean, I want to put emphasis on this for those folks who are just curious, or they're spy curious, they're spiritually curious, versus those folks who are not just curious, they are serious. I mean, they are serious about about this, learning about it, understanding it, getting to know their spirit guides, having chats, paying attention to the world around them. And then there are folks who are seriously interested, but you know, they've got lives and they're doing stuff, and going the shown up spiritual route with them may be a little too excessive. All right. So for those folks, it doesn't matter how much time you think you're going to need to spend on quote spiritual matters. When you really get it, everything you do, even when you're sleeping, has to do with spiritual matters. What did you say? Yep, that's what I said. Everything you do, whether you're sleeping or waking or whatever, is contributing to your spiritualness, or taking it away sometimes. If you're always on the phone and arguing and bitching about stuff, it's be taking that energy away. So, but if you try to stay more in the positive light of things, without burying your head in the sand, then um, your energy field, you yourself, are going to feel different, be different, and your energy is going to look different to other people. What? Yes, they will see you literally in a different light. Now, isn't that interesting? Because if you change your frequency and you change how you interact with other people, whether you're angry and mad all the time, and your colors are all going nuts, so because you're frantic, or you're living in chaos, and that's affecting you, right? And so if that's affecting you, it's affecting your spirit. And in one way or another, it's affecting your spirit guides or your guardian angels, depending, or both. And in that, so your vibration isn't just affecting you or those around you. It's connecting to your spirit guide and your angelic side, and it's vibrating the heavens, if it were, right? So years ago, quite a few years, I went through a very angry period. Oh, I was pissed off. Okay. In a lot of ways, I had a right to be. So, but I ain't going to go through it all. But It included losing my job, losing my future, losing income, my 401, my health. That's when they messed with my brain and made me start drooling, having grand mal seizures. Not really happy. You know what I mean? So I've come a long way, baby. But it is by learning how to listen and pay attention to spirit guides. So what is that? Your spirit guide is your intuition. All right. To just like what's a simple way to put it? If you've got an intuition, like, if you're a card player and you go to play a card and you go, nah, and you put it back in your hand and play another one, and you realize that one where sometimes you should have played the first one, and sometimes you're really glad you didn't play the first one, right? Trump or something. Anyway, so, or, go fish. So the idea that most of us can um, associate something in our lifetime where our intuition has said, man, I was going to reach out for that, man, I decided not to. Whatever it is in your lifetime, your intuition. For me, there was one time when we got busted in Tampa. My intuition was like, we need to leave here, we need to not, and we went ahead and followed through on it, and it was a big mistake. But so then sometimes intuition saves us, and sometimes intuition could have saved us, okay? Or whatever. So start with the intuition thing. All right, well, what's my spirit guide? Well, it's your intuition. What? Yeah, because it's connected spiritually and in the world. And what? Yes, it's your intuition. Now, the more you learn to listen to your intuition, the more you connect with your spirit guide, guardian angels, because now you're paying attention to something that isn't really there. Well, it's a woman's intuition. Okay. Well, men have intuitions too. Individuals, regardless of sex or gender or whatever, they have intuitions. All right. So, but they're listening, quote, to their higher self, because it's supposed to be up there, right? They're listening to their higher self that interprets their intuition. And sometimes it interprets right to the gut. Okay. Hey, Gaza, how are you? Regen, I think I said hi, Chloe, everybody. Did I miss anybody? Hey, Barry. Hope you all are doing well. So, for those folks who have had no experience, so you have strong intuitions, and there are some people that do their best to ignore them, and then there are some people who are good salesmen or good this or that because they have a good intuition about things and different kind of personality. But to the point, though, so their intuition says, if I go like this, I can do that, and if they've made a good decision. Now, did they connect to some kind of evil, monstrous entity, supernatural thing that they could call their spirit guide? When you ask someone, how did you make that business deal? Well, I have this feeling, you know, and I just had this feeling this would work, or I have this, you've heard it a gazillion times, but it's true. People have this feeling. Their intuition said they wanted to, that's their spirit guide. Oh, that's what it is? Yeah. So in your life, daily, sometimes hourly, depending on a program you're working on or whatever. It's like I was working on my truck yesterday in the rain with a tarp over the truck. Oh my God. Um, and I had a Mountain Dew out there because I was thirsty and I took it out. And I thought I put it far enough away where I wouldn't knock it over. And I put it down on the grass and I said, no, not here. I will surely knock it over here. And I put it over a little further to my right as I was crawling under the truck. And I was like, I think that'll be enough. Then I could see in my mind that if I twisted a certain way while under the truck, I was going to knock it over. So I moved it down a little further, right? Crawled under the truck, was working on the putting on the starter in and everything. Now this is the intuition. And I twisted to get my arm up and I thought, I think I just knocked over my drink. Now I couldn't see, I couldn't tell. I bumped it with my butt, you know, or leg or something. But sure enough, as I got untwisted and slid out to grab my drink to get a drink of soda, I was like, I did knock it over. So I had the premonition of knocking over, and I kept moving the can in an attempt to it being out of my way. But I could see myself scrunching in some kind of position, and I was like, and I'm going to bump it, I'm going to knock it over. It ain't going to be but a sip left. And that's what it ended up being. But I said, well, no, this is far enough away, and I shouldn't be over here. And I moved the can and knocked it over anyway, because I should have put it on the other side. But anyway, so intuition is constantly working, not just for me, but for you on little things through the day. Like, something warned me one time years ago, and I was slicing whatever, some mushrooms and making a sauce or something. And it was like, be careful with the knife. And I was like, I use this knife all the time. I'm always cutting. And it was like, no, be more careful. And I thought, well, that's just strange. And sliced my finger, it slipped off and got me. And I was like, kiss my grits. Of course, I was screaming and hollering and jumping up and down. Hey now, Alex, how are you? So our intuition is always working. Always. Even when we're asleep. For me, my spirit guide, and sometimes they turn it over to the guardian angel that wakes me up because I gotta pee. I'll be dead asleep. Me and the dog are snoring. You can't tell who's snoring loudest. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I go, bing, gotta pee. Middle of the night, middle of the day, don't matter, gotta pee. So is that me or is that my guardian angel or my spirit guide going, hey, Dave, because I'm starting to have bladder issues at the age of 69 and a half. I had to keep throwing that in. So, but it's your intuition. Well, my body's telling me, yeah, but it's your intuition in your body. Now, your intuition, does it reside anywhere? And you go, well, no, Hawkeye, this is just stupid. No, it ain't. Seriously. Because a lot of people have never stopped to think about where does this intuition come from? There's an old Chinese or Japanese proverb, something like that. If you are making big decision, eat the problem. If it give you stomach ache, then it's not good for you. That's the decision, right? So if you're going to make a business deal or you're going to make whatever the decision, if you eat it, spiritually thinking, and if it gives you indigestion, then don't do it, right? So that means to follow your gut. For me, years ago, if something was just not right or was really worth it always came to me in my stomach. So I have talked with other people about this. So where does your intuition come from, right? Well, I don't know. But here's the thing: it may give you a stomach ache, and if it's bad enough, it will. Or the shakes, or you'll be fearful, or something. Depending on how serious it is. Okay, like don't put your hand in the crocodile's mouth. Just because it's open and his eyes are closed, don't mean he's sleeping. He's waiting on you. He's waiting on that little poodle over there that's tied to your leg, and so he can munch out on that poodle alligators. But anyway, so intuition. Intuition is your spirit guide. Okay. It is it's an intuition at the moment. Now, this intuition, in my humble opinion, shares both the angel and the spirit guide. Okay. The angelic side, for me, my angel has saved my ass. Okay. From like, almost getting busted again. I mean, oh God, being dead, just stuff. Where my spirit guide for both give me spiritual guidance, but my spirit guide is like, okay, look, I'm Hawkeye Two Feathers. I'm here to learn about the earth and the nature and the stuff and the this. And my spirit guide is this person, this entity, this that is, I use this word lightly, but it's charged as their duty to, as my spirit guide. Now, here's the thing, there are some of us who believe our spirit guides are our higher selves. So my spirit guide is me up there, outside watching over stuff, where the angel is a separate entity and just kind of sort of assigned to me to help keep me out of trouble. And I got to say, many years ago, my spirit guide, me, and my guardian angel both said, the hell with you until you straighten your act out, until you clean up yourself. We just gonna let you flop around like a dead fish on the bank of a river. And I was suicidal thoughts all the time. It was horrible. And I ain't nowhere near like that no more, right? So it's like people say to me, they say, it's impossible to do. Okay. They told me it was going to be impossible for me to get over my grand mal seizures. Now, I still have some sleepy bouts, but knock on wood, I ain't had no more grand mal seizures because I put my mind to it and I said, we ain't doing this no more. I got off the meds and stuff. So there's a lot of things I proved to myself, don't have to prove it to anybody else, but I proved to myself that what seemed to be an impossibility, it was painful and difficult and stressful and all that stuff, but I made it for whatever it was. So human beings are resourceful if we choose to do so. Individuals will find their own spirit, especially if they wish to, if it's prompted in them. Like somebody goes out on something or, and they never thought they'd have to save a person's life in an accident or something. I mean, so we have these things. Then there are people who stand on the side where somebody, if you were just to reach out their hand, could save them, are too paranoid or scared or whatever to be even slightly heroic. So, but then there are people who break out of their shell, so to speak, and their spirit guide, their angelic side, their higher self comes out, and they go, "Wow, I just didn't know I could do that." An old granny lady picking up a car to save a child. I mean, just the stories go on and on and on. And there are a lot of stories that are never told that happen all the time. So this higher self, okay, to me, the higher self, this and that, it implies too much new aginess for me. But going back to traditional shaman and native cultures, your spirit guide fits. Okay. I got my angel buddies too, you know, and sometimes I think they swap out, but mostly there are two folks up there that, you know, are playing, gin rummy or whatever, and filling me in on stuff a lot of times. It's really strange. So now, so intuition, gut feeling, that's a place to start for those who don't understand or who are trying to understand. So carry it the next step in that this intuition has actually kind of sort of got a name. It's my spirit guide. Now there are a lot of folks who go, well, my spirit guide's name is Joe or whatever. Oh, by the way, hi Bob, the internet. How are you? Haven't said hi in a while. And things have been a little weird on the net, Bob. But we thank you and we thank YouTube and we thank all you folks who are here. Susie Q, David Castle, good to see you. Dominic, Chloe, Niall, I think, came in. I'm trying to stay on track versus skipping around, at least for the first hour. So, from the spirit guide, so our spirit guide is our intuition. All right. Now, for many folks, well, my intuition said the more you pay attention to your intuition, and I mean little things, cutting onions, doing something, you get this thing, I should get something, or or I should get the door because the dog's going to be coming in any minute. And or I mean, you can project forward. There are times when Duggar knows when I'm gonna put on my shoes to go outside. He'll be dead asleep, and I'll just bend over real slow and grab my little shoey shoes and pull them towards me. And I go to put one of them on, and he'll pop his head up over that pillow. He did it tonight. He popped his head up over the pillow, like, "What are you doing over there?" And I was like, "Dude, I can't get him." You know, he was going to know I was going to go outside anyway, but he was dead asleep and snoring. Okay. So his intuition reading me that I was just going to put my shoes on, go outside and bam, he was there. He was there. Intuition, spirit, he's got an intuition, he's got a spirit guide too. And getting to know my guide, his guide, when we're out in the woods and walking and stuff, at times it's downright uncanny, right? Like tonight, him picking his head up over that pillow, like, "Where are you going?" Like, I didn't make a noise. His eyes were closed. How did he know I was even moving? Right? His intuition. Dogs have this extra sense about them. That's why they make good, guide dogs, guard dogs, this dog, that dog, right? Because they have this other sense to them. They are spiritual in that sense, that four-leggeds are very intuitive. Cats are just lazy about it, but they're still intuitive. Dogs are more tuned to be the intuitive ones that are jumping around and lapping and all that kind of. Okay. So you say, well, your intuition. Now, my dog's got intuition. Yep. Your cat's got intuition. There are birds who have intuition. There are critters that have intuition. Deer have intuition. Well, wait a minute. I thought we were just talking about spirit guides. We are. But the importance of understanding your spirit guide is the fact that all critters, one way or the other, have their own spiritualness. That's how we're all connected, right? What? He said. Yeah. So you see, your dog's got an instinct. Well, where does that instinct come from? Ain't he just a dumb four-legged animal? And he's just an animal, right? How do the birds know when to fly south or north How do the bird, how does nature work? How do the senses, they sense things? I can sense, like, let's go to the woods and go back there sometimes. And, could bear, a deer's just gone by. Fresh prints in the mud, just weren't there before. And now they are. And you just happen to be there right after they're made. What? That's coincidence? Is that your spirit guide? Is that your spirit connecting with nature? Ooh, this is supernatural weird shit here. But here's the thing, it's weird because most folks have forgotten that it's natural. What he said? Yep, what? Back up. It's natural for you to have these instincts, flight, fear, love, instincts. What? Yeah. Oh, and it's connected to my higher self, to my spirit guide, and to the angels. And, ooh, by the way, it's connected to the freaking universe. Oh, yeah. Holy crap. Yeah, I knew when you like picked up on this, it was going to affect you big time. Holy crap. My instincts are attached to the, yep. And, oh, holy crap. Oh, holy crap. And all of this was tied. Yep, all of it's tied together. Holy crap. So now what was an instinct, which because I've started to, we are all filled with many thoughts per day. They go from, I need some milk, to, I hate that bitch. Yep. This is basically a conversation with ourselves. In a way, yes, I would agree. I would agree, Niles. Uh, can't believe this. Heard my nursing's married a, Fort American. I heard of Elk onboard cap. 10 years later, all four were killed in a, oh, yeah, a revenge tale. Yep. Well, I can't explain it other than it goes back to that old commercial back in the day, of, is it butter or is it margarine? And it's not nice to fool Mother Nature. But in a lot of ways, that's true. I mean, it somehow it'll catch up on you if you're not careful. But so for those folks who are just starting to catch on to the, wait a minute, there's this voice in my head, and ever since I started accepting that I have intuition, and that I acknowledge that I have intuition, because you can say, well, it was a gut feeling. But no, when you take that gut feeling and you expand and expound upon that, and you go, my gut feeling, oh my God, my gut feeling actually has is a spiritual thing, because you can't touch it, right? So it's etherical. Oh my God, I can't touch it, but I can know it's there, right? You know, don't put your hand on the stove when it's on. You will get burned. Well, let me see if it's true this time. Ow! Wait, dumbass. So intuition and experience. So some of our experience is established. I'm sorry, some of our intuition is established by our experience. It wasn't coming out right. So as we get older, there are things that we know naturally. But in growing up, we have to know that that fire's hot, right? So I think somehow in my head, I was trying to, when did I make my transition from intuition to a higher self thing, spirit guide? It took me a while. Now, I had my connection with Mother Mary as a child, and those things that happened back then as a child and learning and trying to understand. And lo and behold, a lot of this stuff is like what I was shown 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. 50 years ago, I saw some of this stuff, and it's like happening. This is cool. A little creepy, but it's cool. Um, so for me, I had to accept that I had, as an 11-year-old in the clearing in down there in Tampa, that I had this Mother Mary show up with a rabbit on each foot and all this stuff, right? And so I had to pretend I didn't believe it, right? So there are things that happen to us that we know it happened, we understand it, but we're in disbelief, and so therefore we don't believe. Okay, well, that couldn't have happened to me. And then years later, I was like, oh, yes, hell, it did. And then later on, I tried to push that incident of the with Mary in the clearing and all that away. It didn't really happen. It was just some kind of childhood dream. But no, I walked down to the woods. I was out in the clearing and I was watching the rabbits. And no, God damn it, I was there. That wasn't a pipe dream. It was before I knew about glue and sniffing and huffing and what the hell was weed? We were swiping cigarettes, but so this incident, so for lots of years I had to pretend, lied to myself that it did not happen. Now that's my case, but whether someone's had a vision of someone and very strong, or they've got a really strong intuition, it's the same. Now, mine was a little bit more descriptive, but to the point though, this intuition, you try to deny it and don't pay attention to it, and so you put that cup on the corner of the table, and something tells you you should have put it closer in or something. Next thing you know, you turn around and you've knocked the cup off the table and broken your favorite cup. It's happened to me in the past. So listen to yourself, pay attention to your own self, not in that you're being egotistical, but your own self is your best guardian. Your best guardian angel is you if you learn to pay attention and open up that instinct, your, I hate using the word higher self. Because it's just, but so I'd like to use the term spirit guide. So my spirit guide, which could be me, okie dokie, I agree, but it's separate from this me. Okay, it working somewhere else. And there's a spot up here that just seems to be where they're at. Now each person's going to find their own. But I mean, I've been awakened in the middle of the night with these guys, in my head, in my ear. Now I hear mostly on the left side. As far as the intuition work, I feel it in my brain, kind of thing. Other people, now I've had a lot of brain damage. Other people are going to learn to feel it, sense it, or otherwise on their own. And that is my key point about this conversation, in that if you want to advance in your spirituality, you're going to have to come to terms, right on cue, you will have to come to terms with learning how to talk to your instincts. And if instincts, where is it? What is it? If you turn that feeling into your spirit guide, oh, my instincts are actually kind of sort of an imaginary figure, but not, because you can't see it, but you can. But, so it's better than just instincts, instincts. Everything's an instinct. That's true. But it's usually because your spirit guide's tapping you on the shoulder going, pay a freaking attention here, dude, or dudette, or dudette, whatever's. So, you're not paying attention here. There's something wrong. This is why I pay attention with all of your senses, your third eye, your aura, everything. And then your spirit guide now takes shape, if you will, in that you can kind of say, well, my spirit guide is sitting up there at the table looking down, going, what was up over there? But whether you visualize it as a personage, there's not really a true shape, but it's more humanoid than something else, right? Because to try to understand, what does my instinct look like? What? Right. So to give your instincts a name as your spirit guide, if you want to call him Ralph or Susie or whatever, up to you. I got out of the name game. Why? Because sometimes your angel side, your particular entity that's, quote, your guardian angel, has got business elsewhere. And they have fill ins, literally. And years ago, when I told mine just to get lost, I ain't paying attention, blah, blah, blah. There was a fill in, a walk in, if you will. And because there was a period of time when I was like headed downhill. I was trying to commit suicide, trying to run my truck into the end of the bridge down here. And they were like, oh no, And I just felt like somebody had taken me out of me or added something to me that said, you got to calm the hell down, Dave. And that's when I started really becoming Hawkeye Two Feathers, because this frail, scared, weak-minded, whatever, that was in a lot of ways scared of my own shadow in certain ways. Hard to deal with truth and this, and I wouldn't listen to my own instincts, and I was scared of stuff, not just spiritually, but I was scared to pay attention spiritually. Okay, I wasn't afraid of the spirit, but somehow I knew that there was a higher purpose that I was going to be put into. That's here I am back then. And I was chicken shit, right? I did not want this role. I did not want to do it. I tried my best to get out of my contract. So I rejected my guardian angel and my higher self and was just nuts. Okay. But then when I realized that I was in the bottom, I was in a 6-foot deep hole looking up, going, all that has to happen now is somebody toss a little dirt on me. And I made up my mind then. I said, well, now we got to change. So that's when I accepted my spirit guide. Look, you got to help me out of this. All right. Well, then first you got to get your ass up out the bottom of that hole. Well, okay. Now you're going to listen to me or not? Whether it's your higher self or not, that's not the point. But if you ain't listening at all and you think you know better and all this other stuff, okay, your spiritual journey is probably different from some of us. But in understanding these basics, so your intuition says, my spirit guide. Now that we've got this established after almost an hour, um, you got to learn to trust your spirit guide. You have to learn to trust your instincts. And lots of times through the day, you will have the opportunity to go like, well, should I put this over here or should I? Lots of opportunities through each day to follow your instinct. And there'll be all kinds of little pick up the phone or maybe I should do this and there'll be something. And the more you listen to it, the more you accept it, the more you start trusting and having faith in your own instincts, which is your spirit guide. You're well on the way. Okay. Because accepting all this, number one, and understanding it and working through it, and everybody's going to work through it their own way. But I guarantee that if folks ain't talking to their own self, to their own spirit side, then building a medicine wheel or doing these other things ain't going to matter. Why? You might ask, well, Hawkeye, who the hell are you to say it ain't going to work? Because if you listen to them, they don't trust their instincts. That's all. It's it's really obvious. They don't have to write a book. They don't have to tell me a story. They look at an incident and go, "You ain't paying attention." That's all. Well, so Hawkeye, what gives you the right to judge them? I'm not judging them. I'm judging their talent in that, you know, here's somebody that, you know, um, has never run before, never ran. And they say, okay, you're on the track team. What am I going to do? Well, we're going to give you this little stick and we're going to tell you to run like hell halfway around the track. And then you're going to give this stick to somebody else. Oh, really? Yeah, it's, you know, but you know, it's a relay race. Well, what's a relay? What's a race? Why am I running? Because I put you on the track team. That's what happened to some of us at high school at Tampa Catholic. But the coach saw potential in us, and I and was ended up doing, you know, ran the 3:30 leg on our last event in the track meet that we won. The only one, the only state championship Tampa Catholic ever won. But anyway, I was proud to be on that track team. But, you know, 6 months earlier, I didn't know none of that stuff. I didn't know what it meant to run a quarter mile, to what it passed the baton, what was a relay race. I didn't know any of that, right? So, but all of a sudden, when you realize, oh my God, I can run. And oh my God, with some training and practice and confidence in my and faith that if I put my mind to it, I can haul ass. You know, not for long distances, but I'm good for a quarter mile. You know, what? Yeah. And I got down to doing it in 54 seconds. Under a minute, I could run a quarter mile consistently. What? Yeah. I didn't know I could do it until I was shown. So you don't know if you can trust your instincts until you're shown, until you accept it. Well, I like to run and play and stuff, blah, blah. Yeah, but did you know that you could run track? Did you know that you could run against the clock? No, I'd never experienced that. But I had an instinct. Okay. So people, you know, there are folks who doodle, there are folks who paint. I'm I can't draw an animal for squat, but I can draw a building. I can draw tools. I can draw things in a linear situation and not on a computer. I mean, pencil and paper. I learned drafting. I have a drafting table with the gizmos and the pens and all this stuff. That's how I learned how to draw. But I can't freehand draw squat If you say there's a person over there, it's going to have squiggled up and this and that. But you say there's a building over there, I can make a representation of that building with straight lines and arches and all this. Can't draw a person, not very good with flowers and trees and bushes. But architecture, man, I can sit and draw stuff like that all the time. So I have a talent for drawing, but not of stuff. So you may have a talent with your spirit guide that, everybody, in my humble opinion, has the ability to see short distances into the future. Like somebody's going to call and you go, whoa, I just got, and then a minute or two later, the phone rang. Yesterday, for example, I was sitting here and was thinking about Robert V. and doing the native stories on Milky Way Soul Tribe. And I was like, it's Monday. I wonder if Robert's going to send me an email for doing a show tomorrow, which was today. I lifted up the lid, logged onto the computer, got into my Gmail account, and 6 minutes earlier, which it took me 3 of those to get the computer back up and running, Robert had sent me an email with tonight's link for doing the native stories and legends. So in my brain, and I replied and I go, I was just thinking about you, and here you are, and here's the email. Have a great day, right? So the synchronicity. So I could have just ignored it, but then I said, well, wait a minute. My instinct says, Robert just sent me an email. Let me go check it out. I mean, within a minute of me and logging on, he had sent it. So did my intuition know that? My spirit guide, my ESP, my whatever connection to the universe? Well, he was thinking of me when he sent the email. I was wondering about the same time about tonight's story time and so forth. Bingo, synchronicity. Checked it out. I was right. He had just sent it. Now, that's paying attention. Well, my instinct, my gut, something told me I should check my email. Okay. Something told me I should call my buddy. Something told me to watch this show. Something told me. How many times have you heard? That something that told you is your spirit guide. It's keyed in and tied in with your instincts and your intuition. Okay. Now, after almost an hour, 58 minutes. Hey, Barry, you still hanging out? Hey, Miss Chloe. Yeah, do that. I love y'all too. And see, I have these conversations with myself, but to have them with myself helps me to understand my own spiritual growth, my own understanding of how I can become even more tuned in to the universe, right? And I was just gonna, I was just gonna pick on you for a minute, Barry. I love you, my brother. I do. So I'm gonna get something to drink and um, stir up this bowl. And so now that we've established for those folks who want to know what spirit guide is, want to know what this feeling, want to know about intuition. Now, so in this first hour, I've given enough examples. What needs to be done by you or those folks who want to do this, you gotta practice it because it's going on all the time, whether you believe it or not, whether you um, consciously accept it. So for me, way back when, I was like, it's been quite a few years. I don't know, in the middle 90s, for example, when I was going to powwows and things and hearing about spirit guides versus angels and other stuff, right? And I started making my connection to Native American um, stuff. It started earlier than the 90s, but just saying somewhere in 92, 3, 4, 5, and I started getting more into native stuff. It just happened. Well, I was studying pyramids and Celtic and all these other places all around the world. But in my spirit journey, it ended up that why try to study something in Europe when you can't get there? And I was like, what? Yeah, well, there are Indian mounds, 50 miles west of me. You can go over there. And they're like, right here. There's history right here where you live, Dave. At the top of your hill, there's history. Huge. There was like 175 spear points, knives, all flint, okay, on my neighbor's property, 20 feet from our property line, which means there is a very highly respected native chief, warrior, or something buried right up there on my property, which is about where I want to be buried. Convenient spot. But to the point though, 175, some of these spear tips were like this long, like 15, 18 inches long, in perfect condition. They had been laid there because somewhere around this area was a big ass war, and the natives, buried him there, and they don't bury the stuff with the person, but off to the side. So up there, somewhere right on my property line, he's got all these spearheads, and he had some weird shit happen to him when he started selling them. And he said, "Nah, I just got him in a case." And I told him he should put them back in the dirt. But at least they're still on the property. At least he did not sell any more of them. And somehow the spirit touched him when he don't believe in that shit. But he quit selling them because something told him he better not. What? So what was that something told him he better not sell any more of those arrowheads or spear points or whatever? And he was like, I could see him visibly shaking when he said, so I was like, TR, so, what'd you do with them spear points and stuff? And said, well, I was selling a couple. And I said, you were sold a couple? He, yeah. And I said, well, and I said, so have you sold any more or anything like, maybe I could get one or something kind of thing? And he was like, no, man. And, I decided I ain't selling more. I'm put them in this case. He built a special case and everything with felt backing and all and displayed them. And I was like, now that's a big change. But so what happened to where he changed his mind to not sell these things that he found on his property? It's 119. Okay, I'm ready. Everybody ready? Puff, puff, pass. We used to camp out at the Indian Mounds. Well, in a way, where they buried this chief or warrior, because that's normally what they do, is everybody will leave a present, near the grave. Uh, and I don't know if it's the north or south or whatever from where, but if it's in the direction that was said, then now different cultures they wouldn't have buried the chief; they would have cremated him. But it still puts it 20 feet to the property line. So whether it's actually I own the spot, it really close, but it's a little knobby hill right there. So in a way, it ain't a man-made mound, but it is on a little knob, if you will. But anyway, there is that. moundish kind of thing in it, right? Um, I've sat up there. There have been times at night when I saw this glowing figure walking down the hill, and it was obviously Native American. There are other people, other instances of where we could have seen literally a ghost figure of a coleslaw. How are you? Um, Across the river a couple of years ago, I was over there walking up and down, and you know, it part of it belongs to the church, the New Bethel. It's just woods in the backyard, and then it picks up. There's about 175 acres of a small plantation, large farm. Well, not too large a farm, but 175 acres. That's pretty decent around here. Um, but I saw two mounds, and you go, what? And so somebody, I asked about them, and it was so they said, well, Dave, uh, what was so different about these mounds or these places or whatever on the other side of the river over here, right? So I know about this guy buried up here or cremated because of all those spear points. It's obvious that something went on and certain things happened, and now back in the day, Christians did not want no Indians buried anywhere around their cemetery. Well, I got Zion Grove Church Road I live on. The church is just up the road just a little bit, about a quarter mile, with a cemetery. Now, on the other side of the valley behind me and the river and up the hill a ways is New Bethel Church, and they got a cemetery. So on either side of the river, and I've talked about this before, my backyard, when I do a Google Earth and draw a line between the two cemeteries, my back property back here, where my neighbor and myself have seen this, whatever this portal is like halfway between the cemeteries. It's like really strange. Can't make it up. So, but anyway, so with what's going on in the spirit world, right? So we've seen spirits. Um, we, for me, I had a ghost wake me up before the house burned, as the house was burning down. So different people will or at some point in their life experience some kind of supernatural event, which may help them to bring out their spirit guide. Okay, that's why I bring it up. So, but why is connecting with your instincts and your intuition so important? Well, in spiritual growth at all, but then in making of a medicine wheel, because the medicine wheel is the underlying topic for last night's video, for obviously the video I did on the medicine wheel, and why I feel it's important that we have these weird, strange conversations, because I have been through these different enumerations of, quote, spiritual levels or understanding, or however you want to term it, right? But for each one of these realizations about intuition and about my spirit guide and of how all these things are connected, and for every realization, there's been that, oh, wow, look at this. I can see where this is connected. Well, that's phase one. And then if you study on it just a little bit, meaning that you say, wow, this is just so overwhelming. Well, I'm connected. So your brain will pick a spot because you're interested in that. And if I'm all connected, then if I'm all connected, then how is this part connected? And show me, creator, Show me, spirits, how this one topic, okay, being a plumber, for example, how does being a plumber, what does that mean in the grand scheme of things? And so then you will sit and meditate. Don't think about it. Ponder it. Stories will come into your head and thoughts, and you can follow them along, but don't try to make them go anywhere. You follow the story. You follow the thought, and you go, "Oh, look over here." You know, is it? And in the book that I was reading out of yesterday, there was the suggestion and downright use your imagination, when I would say, don't use your imagination. Don't try to think what it is. Allow it to develop what it is. Well, and if you have to use your imagination, which is already in here anyway, it's not really your imagination that's working. What? It's not your imagination that's working. It's your intuition working through your self, that it seems like it's your imagination. What? Ponder that one for a moment, okay? Just just ponder that one for a moment, okay? While I take a hit. My prayer for this bowl is peace and harmony to continue between people, because you know it's in the dream state, in the mystery, right, which is all around us in the universe. So if you want to know about your place in the world, in your life, and whatever, and why the hell does it matter if you're here? um you may not know all the answers. Like for me, I had not a flipping clue what, as an 11-year-old, my chat with Mother Mary about, I'm going to ask you later on in your life, and you're going to be doing this and this and this. And I'm like, yeah, right. you know, I'm hallucinating, and I don't even know what hallucinate means, right? So at age 11. So, but here's the thing. So for me, not everybody, but there are some people who know they're going to be a dentist, or they know they're going to be a lawyer. They know they're going to be a something. I knew I was going to be a hermit and live on a river. So that's our instincts. That's our connection to the spirit world. Ooh, the quantum. Ooh, which is the spirit world. And it's all around us. Ooh, tiny little particles everywhere in the universe. Oh my God. Oh, what am I going to do? I'm a bunch of tiny particles, and I'm floating in the universe. Oh my God, what am I going to do? Right? So, but the realization of it, number one, oh my God, I'm connected. And then as you ask the great mystery where all answers lie, uh it's not like, what am I here for? What am I, you don't rattle your cage, right? But in a way, for me, I was rattling my cage going, all right, if you won't let me die and commit suicide, then what the do you want me here for? 10 years ago. Why do you want me still here? What am I good for? You tried to kill me. You tried to do, what in the hell you want me for? Oh, I see. So I accepted that I had a spirit guide, but I did not accept what my imagination was trying to project to me. because my imagination, honestly, never included all y'all folk in this. All you folks. Chloe, hey, Greenie Houdini, Susie Q, Coleslaw, Barry, Michelle, David, Castle, all y'all. The confusion that they showed me, I did not understand. Well, Hawkeye, you're going to start a show and you're going to talk about Native American stuff. Well, I was already doing shows with puppets and traveling and doing that like several of the elders in that medicine man. He was a Lakota medicine man who was supposed to have been a direct descendant of Crazy Horse. And you look at the guy, he was a wonderful man. And I'm so proud that I met him and spent a couple of days on and off with him. Wonderful man. I still remember, if he could still be alive, he was several years older than me, but good God, he could still be alive. But I'm doing what he saw me doing, along with Koshka. I'm still doing it in, albeit an altered way, but I'm still telling the stories. I'm telling the legends. I'm keeping um, what he had told me one time. He said, "You have to keep." He was a true legend keeper from the Tlingit tribe. Okay, a true, honest to God, card carrying legend keeper, not a storyteller, a legend keeper. So, in the importance of that, and he told me, he said, you may not be telling the legends, but he was telling me, as a puppeteer and a storyteller, he said, at all costs, you must continue to tell the stories. Now, I never thought those years ago with Koshka and all them wonderful folks and the medicine man from Redbud, Rosebud plantation, and that I'm actually doing what they foresaw me to do, and what Koshka was like. You're a storyteller. You're a puppeteer. Don't give it up. You got to keep doing it. There are folks and people and children and folks. You can't stop doing it. Okay. Now that's literally been 20 years ago. And I had not a clue I would be sitting here having chats on YouTube about the things they told me I should keep doing. Now, with that said, though, so what my spirit guides were trying to explain to me, because I couldn't drive, I couldn't go anywhere, I was having grand mal seizures, and I was just like, just let me get out of here. Let me just cash my ticket in, and I'm out of here. Nah, sorry, can't let you go. But, because there's more to your story, Hawkeye. But I don't see it. I don't understand it. And then Mother Mary and them came and showed up here in my house again. And she was like, remember when I told you when you was 11? It's time. Do the YouTube channel, start it, do it. All right. So I have, right? Now, you've heard me tell this set of events many times, but it's important because you have to find your own things that push you in this direction or draw you and not necessarily push you. Well, they had to come here and push me, okay? But I was trying to get away with it, away from it, and away, away. Yeah, I was trying to get away with it by not doing it right because I didn't understand. So through my own prayers and meditations, it's like, Dave, Hawkeye, you got to start having faith. You got to start paying more attention to your spirit guide. You got to really tune in. You can't be this wimpy on and up and, well, I believe it. Well, I'm not sure. And yeah, yeah, yeah. And so I went to the next period, which is in first you realize, oh my God, I'm connected. And then you realize, oh my God, there's other things connected. And oh my God, I'm somehow, whether you do a YouTube channel or not, but somehow that because you're existing and that you've reached this higher level of thought pattern, even within yourself, that, oh my God, I can have an influence somehow simply by my mere existence. Oh my God. And off you go onto another awareness level. And I have had several levels on particular subjects where I thought that I really got it. And then something later on, I go, bing, there's another level of understanding to it. Well, I got this and I really understand. And then something happens and it goes ding, and you go, oh man, it literally will lift me up at times. I'm like, whoa, that's some heavy shit that I just floated off my chair, you know? Wow. And then as you realize it and it starts to sink in, as it sinks in, then there's the understanding of it later. It's like as it sinks in, that it really sinks in, and then it really. Now, here's the thing about Hawkeye, David No, this channel, and especially you. And I told this to Robert Elderberry, and I have talked about this um, when when Smiley Barnett was still alive, um, for Milky Way, um, that we knew we wanted to do good, but we had no idea how or what was going to happen or nothing. But in that, you have to believe, whatever it is. Now, if you're just some wacko weirdo and whatever, there are people who do that. For me and Brian, uh, even Robert and other people have been filled with something that I need to do this. I don't really know why, fit a something or whatever. For me, it's different, right? I had a mission, but I didn't know how I was going to accomplish it by being down here in the swamp and not being able to drive anywhere. Not a clue. So you all have made this possible. It's because you all are here and make up this community. I'm just a messenger. I'm just the voice, right? I'm the comedian. At times, I would say that I am always the Heyoki. And so, having no understanding of this, but having faith that if I'm doing it wrong, tell me, okay? And I have conversations with my spirit guide folks and go, listen. And they'll, as you all know, they wake me up in the middle of the night and go, Chloe needs to have a conversation. Chloe, I'm picking on you, but there was, or somebody, they were like, man, I was hoping you'd come on, and it'd be 2 a.m, right? So that's because of my connection with my spirit guides. It's my connection, that my acceptance that there is this openness in the universe. And if it might have been Chloe, that there was one particular night, I don't know, it was 3 or 4 in the morning. I was like, I ain't got a clue why I'm here. Somebody needs me, right? And I'm wiping the sleep out of my eye, and stuff like that. And lo and behold, you all show up and we have a community. Now you make the community, not me. I'm just the host for the show, right? It's my dream of being a late night radio host and talking about weird shit like I do and so forth. So, but you all show up, but because of that, you've developed friendships. Elderberry, who would have known? He's got all these folks that he didn't know before. Me too, Susie and Coleslaw and Michelle and David Castle. Never would have met any of y'all. I might hang out in another chat and listen in, but you all show up, but you and the community are growing because of your interaction. Yeah, I'm here and I'm talking and all, but no, it's your interaction. So we have created this thing that existed, but we've pulled it out of the ether. Milky Way Soul Tribe, Andromeda 7, I mean, y'all coming out and hanging out with me. I'm just, fulfilling my dream of a late night radio program. Okay, I'm good with that. But the fact that you all work well together between you has nothing directly to do with me. It's your interactions. Now, before Brian passed away a year and a half or so ago, we had no idea of how this would develop. We didn't plan it, we just presented it. So, looking out over my channel, looking back over Brian's channel before he passed, looking now at Robert's channel and how he is presenting people and interviewing people. And we do a weekly show on Native American legends and things. And he really likes it. He really gets off on it. And that's good, right? It's what I have been sort of intended to do, but to be able to share that with Robert, you know, and to make that part of his show and in remembrance of my dear friend Brian and our friend Brian, to carry on the message, the the stories. What a blessing that is. And so there are folks who like, yeah, that's cool. No, but for me, it is such a deep feeling that goes back to when I was 11 years old, you see. The message of Mother Mary, I'm going to ask you when you get older to do this thing. What the hell? Now, my journey, yes, but here, there may be things in your intuitions that have drawn you in the directions that you are in now. So I've been up and down the mountain with pyramids, been up and down the mountain with this, up and down the mountain, down rabbit holes, created rabbit holes, went sideways in rabbit holes to come back out of this and go, I know a lot of stuff about a lot of crap. And some of it is true and some of it's wishy washy, but there is evidence and here it is, right? So, as a watchman, I've accepted that as my job is to share these odd titles. Yes, fate. But here's the thing: we still have control over our fate, right? There are times when I argue with my angel folks, and they're like, "We want you to talk about this." Yeah, but do I have to? I mean, God, really? You want me to talk about this? Okay. And I mean, they kick me out of bed at 3 in the morning and make me turn on this infernal machine. And for an hour later, whoever needs it. But the information on in the from it's not just doing the video is what got explained after all this time. And my introduction to Bob. Hi Bob, we love you. Ween. But in this understanding of the universe, though, that because we are interacting here, the energy that we are creating right now because we're interacting, all right, it's our interaction in the universe. It's how we're smiling at one another, how somebody's doing something, you know, all right. So it ain't just a video when it's live and we're interacting. Now, the weird part about this is that I hadn't considered until recently, within the last, anyway, year or so. More recently, is like, look at this. what some of the natives said in, in Africa and in the Amazon, you can't take our picture because you will steal our soul. And I'm like, well, it's just a piece of photograph. It's a picture. Now, live and in color. Hi, Bob. We love you. That I'm participating in a data stream. Okay. It's streaming out over the net. It's streaming into the quantum. And so our energies, mind, my face, my voice, are streaming these things into the quantum field, not just into a computer, not just down a wire to the modem and onward. No, it's going into the quantum. Holy crap. So the prayers and things and what the actions that I do now continue to reverberate in the quantum, whether or not anybody watches the video or not, because of how it's stored in ones and zeros and ones and zeros and in the quantum. And then, so the vibration is set up. Your energies, even though it's in the keyboard and we don't actually interact in that, I'm picking up some of y'all's feelings, and I don't know how I'm doing it, and that I'm somehow sharing your emotions in something, or your emotional charge, or your thoughts, something. It, you know, when I'm doing cards for folks, it it's your card, it's your information, that somehow is being routed through me, which is weird. Especially the way my connection with spirit guide. For me, the best I can do is, it's almost like I can understand how Edgar Casey could do what he did in his trances. It's almost like I go into my own little trance to listen to my spirit guide. All right. And just stay open to, like, oh, it's over here. Well, here's the card. Yes, but in this card, read this sentence over again. You need more information about this point right here. Oh, okay. Well, that's not in the book. That's not in the cards. That's in the in the intuition. That's in the spiritual part of this. I'm picking it up in the ether, in the great quantum, that this message is for you, because you're asking me to pick a card for you. So therefore, right? But how am I the messenger in this? How am I the interpreter or whatever? I don't know. But I do know that for me, as reluctant as I have been to do card readings and stuff like that, because I have found over time I was a lot more right than wrong, and it scared me. I don't like using tarot cards, or don't, but these native cards, the animal cards, and my brain just hasn't been here to do card readings. Okay. I'm sorry, I had full intent, but last week I got so sick for so many days in a row, and feel like a piss and this and other stuff, it's not necessarily sapping my energy, but it's taking my brain power away. And then there's stuff that they're wanting me to look at, and I'm just like, too much information here. Just, I need to chew my cud on this. I need to take a hit off my bowl and ponder this. So now, in that last little bit of dissertation, there was a lot of information in my little 20-minute dissertation, the last 20 minutes. Meaning, in that these are my personal steps as to how I kept stepping up to the what it, I hate to call them levels, but if there's steps somehow, it's more than you knew before. You are uplifted and understand, and you know. So, is it a step up? Well, it ain't a step down. But let's just say whether up or down, it's a step forward. You know, okay, I might not be going up or down unless I'm on a hill or a slope, but that I am, for me, am going forward. So for people to understand their own level of spiritualism. Now, what do I mean by that? That you understand that your higher self, your spirit guide, your angel self, because you can't touch it. You can't touch your intuitions. It's foggy around in your belly somewhere. They're the thoughts that you have of whatever. You can't touch them. So it must be, and the easiest way to term it would be a spiritual sense, right? I have these feelings of love for all of you, but I can't reach out and touch them. I can represent them with a smile and a giggle and a laugh and a hoot and a snort and hey, let's have another bowl. And you all will smile and go, hey, that's a good idea. Let's have another bowl. Puff, puff, pass, pass. And other people might go, what the hell is he talking about? But to the point, at 69 and a half, I'm sorry, I, my running joke, but your understanding. So, how are you in understanding these different levels of things? Have you had the experience and what did it make you feel like? Because I've tried my best to explain how I have felt in my transition and my realizations. And oh my God, that I pick, wow, I just realized, oh, holy crap. And then that's it, compounding more information and more realization, more opening. Now, if you look at the universe, it was in the Buffalo card that I read earlier on Robert's show. If your fist is closed, like in anger, then you can't receive anything from the universe. And there are a lot of people, and I used to be one of them, pounding my fist, and you can't get shit if you've got if your fist is closed and you're pounding, and especially in anger. And later on, I realized I was pounding my fist more out of frustration than anger, but the frustration pissed me off and that made me angry. So, my own dealings with anger. So, the things that I sometimes will be all boisterous about and I'll pissle me off and all that, I can tell in myself, years ago, I would have been like out for blood. I could feel my anger. I mean, like, I want to kill. I'm going to kill. I want to kill. I'm going on the Group W bench. You know, you can get anything you want at Alice's restaurant, except in Alice. Yeah, ego is part of it. It's complicated, but yeah, ego is part of it. Absolutely, I agree. Wait, influence new people of the tribe. What? I missed who said that. Hang on. I do want to pay attention, but they they will make me, get this info out without screwing it up. Oh, you're reminiscing about Brian? Yeah, I really knew that I was going to meet him, but I think I already have. We've met in the ether. Um, he still comes by. When I mention him, it's because I'm thinking about him, and so obviously, um, Wait, who said that? Uh, Let me say this about the conversations that Brian and I had before and after a show about a certain Wayne. And it is not what people are professing now. And it was something that Brian and I shared about topics and things and stuff. And uh, it came to a point where Brian and I both were seriously questioning this other person's motives, I'll say. And so outwardly, to other people, it's like, ooh, him and he and this and that and blah, blah, blah. But with private conversations many times between Brian and myself, not the case. And certain things about RW that Brian and I discussed and were totally and thoroughly against methods, topics, all kinds of stuff. Now, everybody's got their, you can learn things and stuff and things. But I've had a lot of people over the years go, RW has confused me to the point of craziness. And okay, so, and I'm not telling y'all who to believe or what to do, not a bit. But as far as how Brian felt, y'all don't stop connecting him to RW, please, because that's not how he felt. Okay. He was associated with him, but was very disappointed, very disgruntled with RW. Okay. And between you and me and the fence post, please don't include him and this other person's name. Don't associate them, because Brian was disassociating himself from RW. Okay. For various reasons. But for you to continue to think that he and this and that it was so, please don't. Please don't. It's not fair to Brian because y'all don't know the whole story. But oh, how they were connected and oh, the respect and oh, the this. It started out that way. But as he and I were developing our friendships, our channels, our topics, and so forth, behind the scenes, our topics and our discussions were not favorable at all to RW. So please, I love you all, but y'all don't have the whole story. Leave Brian and RW out of that conversation. Okay? Do not continue to associate the two. Please, on his behalf. Doesn't affect me at all. I know I'm listening. Now, will you all listen? Stop it with the RW and Brian. I told him, okay, I love you all. God, I hate to get mixed up in that. But it's the truth. So, and not really necessarily tied to the same subject, but it is a subject that was brought up recently on the other channel. Had to do with opening the third eye. Now I'll tell you, I did not listen to it. The topic, though, is what I wish to discuss because it is related to your spiritual connection to your spirit guide. Okay, the opening of the third eye, the opening of your intuition, which is like opening your third eye. And I could see where some folks, the opening of the third eye is what a Native American would say would be opening up to their spirit guide because it includes all of these things, right? And so um, the higher self, the spirit guide, the whatever, right? You're channeling what you're probably channeling yourself. Now, as I said before about channeling and things, if you want to know about something, ask your spirit guide to go grab Hitler and sit down at the coffee table and have a little coffee talk, Um, but, please do not invite anybody into your sphere of existence. Your connection to your spirit guide, your guardian angel, right? Your higher self is just that. It's your conversation, it's your connection, it's your wireless, it's your intercom, right? So you trust in it. And there might be other voices, or it might be another person, their channel, because you're developing listening. There are going to be frequencies there. It's like overlapping radio stations. All right. And one will fade in and one will fade out, and overlapping radio stations. So you're going to have to learn how to wait. That's a different signal. Oh, but it's really close to this one, but it ain't that one. Now, that's what got me in trouble a couple of years ago. It was really close, but not. And I just had to like not listen to anything for a couple of months until I made sure that the established that's not channeling, Susie Q. That's 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 just getting help. You know, there have been times when it actually felt like the spirit was helping to guide my hands. That's not a possession. Okay. That is just helping hands. All right. Um, there are folks on a different level who invite, if I say, Lord Jesus, help him having a hard day, help me walk today, does that mean if I, and I've asked for help a bunch of times, folks, whoever's out there listening, help me out today. My back's killing me. I really got to go to town. I got to do this. Please help me get there and back. Damn near every time now. But to the point though, there are times when I just feel like I just can't walk. Literally, my back, my legs are numb. I can't walk. And they go, nah, we got you. Come on, just a couple more steps. And I have literally felt like I was being helped. Now, I wasn't possessed, but I did get help. I mean, I could feel it, right? And I wasn't asking anybody, and wasn't trying to do a mile race. I just wanted to get back, to the truck across the parking lot. But to the point though, um, I don't ask for help that often. But when those times I do, and I go, look, guys, I'm going to need a little bit of help today, a little bit of short term stuff. Just please help me out today. And thank you ahead of time, right? And grateful, like if I'm walking and I feel that little uplift, like, come on, guys, I need a little, help me up here. Okie doke. And then I always say, and thank you so much, right? Not just, you got to help me out here. It's your duty. You're supposed to, nah, help me out, please. And thank you, you know. So reading the Buffalo card tonight, maybe I should get it back out and read it. But this idea, though, that um, opening up your third eye. Now, again, this ain't against the person or the topic or anything. I'm, this is because of the topic. This is spurred this part of the conversation. Because to open up your third eye means to be able to allow all these things that I just talked about over the last hour to come in. But if you open up your third eye like you have never seen anything before and you go pop and your eyes open, you're going to be blinded. It's going to freak you out. You want to wake up from that and slowly open them eyeballs. To open that third eye and just pop that some bitch open is gonna hurt. You really don't want that. Not all at once, right? So you're gonna open up your third eye, and you want to do that cautiously, especially for folks who ain't gonna be ready for some of this stuff. I thought I was ready for some of this stuff, and they proved me wrong time and again. In spiritual matters, and just oh, I got this. Watch this, Hawkeye. You thought you knew. um, and because in the opening of the third eye, it ain't all good. Period. It ain't all good because there's strife in there. There's the yin and the yang in the opening. But there are people who would like focus only on the evil part. It's like, oh my God, I opened up my third eye and I started seeing demons and stuff and things and everything, Yeah, okay, there's stuff like that in the universe. Absolutely. But did you look over here? Maybe? What do you mean? Well, the only thing you seem to be able to see are demons and devils and deceivers. And um, I think because um, God, I don't want to say his name, but he has a channel. He's done videos and ancient aliens and stuff on the trail of the Nephilim. But if anything from another dimension or from another reality is automatically a demon. It's Satan, it's demon, it's evil, but everything. There can be no exceptions. And some of these pastors and other folk, anything that is interdimensional in any way, shape, or form is evil, wicked, mean, bad, and nasty. And that's not true. So, folks who open up their third eye, if they have been programmed that that's all that exists when you open up this spiritual side, and that anything and everything in the dark is evil, it might be in the dark only because there's no light. They're in the shadows because there's no light. Doesn't mean it's bad. You know, you know, I was trying to think of somebody that, Whoopi Goldberg could be hiding in the dark. I'm sorry. but but she'd be there, but you couldn't see her. But she'd be there, right? You can tell by her voice, but you turn on light, there's Whoopi, right? Or there's, I'm sorry, I'm picking on her, I guess. Some of the remarks she's made earlier is just like, seriously, come on, Whoopi. I mean, you got your own opinion, but I mean, you seriously, honestly, really? Oh, I'm sorry. I actually have pity on for you right now, but um, so a person's opinion depends on how they were raised and their own race and ethnicity. So that affects the spirit guide. But in the spirit world, it don't matter what color you are, okay? It don't matter how tall you are. It don't matter if you're male or female, okay? In the spirit realm, it doesn't. You can have a female essence and be a guy. There is no, only from the person's personality. My spirit guide, is sitting there, and I don't drink anymore, but he does. He's sitting there with a drink, and with a leg up and a cigarette in his mouth, and talking to my guardian angel, and they're playing gin rummy, waiting on me to shut up down here. I love you guys. I do. But, so your connection. And for me, it's like, well, I don't care what their names are. But there are some people, and I used to, well, what's your name and who are you? Where do you come from? You have to give that up. You just got to give it up. If you're sweating the small stuff, you ain't paying attention, because you yourself, and I would say that your ego is jumping in there. Well, before I work with you, I got to know your name. Well, if you're paying attention, you can tell by the essence of the message. That's the lesson. It ain't whose name it is, it's the essence of this entity, your spirit guide, your guardian angel. It's their essence, it's their voice, it's them. I know it's my spirit guide. It ain't somebody else's. It ain't, I'm not calling anybody to them. If anything, I'm cementing my contract with my spirit guide. No other guides but you. you know, if in the Ten Commandment thing, thou shalt not, bear false witness and so forth, but there shall be no other gods before me. I would change that God part, scratch that out, and say, there shall be no other spirit guides before me. Because I want the truth every time from my higher self stuff, right? So, to thine own self be true, absolutely, as Shakespeare said, I think. But to thine own spirit self be true. So don't go wandering around the spirit world. No, stick with your whoever your spirit guide is. Stick with it. You hear me talking about it all the time. It's your core value, your spirit guide attached to your quantum, your stuff. It's you. It's your stuff. Well, I got my stuff over here. It's your stuff. Okay, not somebody else's. It doesn't look like yours. It's yours. You can tell by the smell. You can tell by the color, the faded spot on a favorite shirt or something. It's yours, right? So this is important. Why to the medicine wheel? Because you're going to go to different portions on the medicine wheel, and you're going to listen to the universe. You're going to offer up prayer, maybe some tobacco or some sage, and you're going to meditate on this particular part of the medicine wheel, because it represents something. It's pointing north, south, east, or west. There is intention with you going to the medicine wheel. There is ceremony to get into the medicine wheel. Now, why would I go through all this stuff unless you understand a little bit about the spirit, right? So, in doing what you do, it's to honor the universe. Most medicine wheels, most teepees, Robert even said tonight that most teepees were facing east, right, to the morning sun. Also, because of the western winds and the way the teepees are done, the back slopes down more this way, and so the western winds can slide up easier, and it doesn't blow the teepee over. I think the reason they designed the teepee, the western styles, was because the wind kept blowing them over. So they just made them that way, and it worked better. But they quit blowing over. So we can take our current scientific stuff and talk about the quantum and quantum particles, and we are made of quantum particles and atoms and stuff. And that is part of our spirit, right? So it does exist. We can't quite touch it, but we know it's there. So when we acknowledge our spirit guide, a few years back, remember, for those of you who've been around for a while, I laid out on the ground and I said, I believe 100%. I'm not going to, you know, even though I might not understand it, but I feel that it's like good stuff, but I don't get it. I'm still going to believe. I'm still going to have faith. I was having trouble with this channel. I had to have faith that whatever it was that needed to work out was going to work out. I had to believe it. Somehow I was going to figure it out. It was going to show itself. And over these several years, it has. And it's developed into what it is now. And I'm just so glad I listened to my spirit guides. So for me to you, are your spirit guides, are you talking to yours? Are you having decent conversations? Now, there are some folks that, none of you, but there are some folks that I know, spirit world is light energy. Is essence connected to bloodlines? Give me a second. I'm going to say more yes than no. If you're talking about earthly bloodlines, not so much. Because there could be a person who's been born in Israel as, quote, a Jew, and they ain't got no Jewish essence. They just happen to be born that way. Okay. So the essence of a race, for example, you may be born into the race, but your cosmic energy ain't all that. It's actually something else. Okay. So my understanding of that way back, because I was listening to Casey back in the late 60s and early 70s, long before anybody even knew. Well, I say, the community of folks knew who the hell Edgar Casey was. Although there were many old timers, Christian old timers, Methodist, Baptist, who were in their 20s when Edgar was alive and when he was doing the readings, and people had written into him, and they knew people personally who had written to Edgar, who had sent them a home remedy, and they were cured of it. Like, what? Yeah, some folks I knew down in Berlin, at that house that burned down, my next door neighbors, and some of them folk. And they were upstanding people in the community. I mean, I was like, what? You know who Edgar Casey is? They were like, you mean you know who Edgar Casey is? I was like, yeah, let's have a conversation. And they knew people in that community who had written to Edgar certain things anyway, and they'd done readings for him. So, but because he was a Christian man and read the Bible all the time, they believed and trusted him using their faith. That's interesting. So, but in and of itself, so my understanding of our soul contracts and things like that has always been twisted, I guess, to include some of what Casey had talked about, that we have the option to go into the body. And then we got a time if we get down there, we can say, nah, sorry, change my mind. I'm out of here. Crib deaths. What's the reason? The spirit said, no, I don't want this one. I've reread the contract and I decided no. Okay. So in understanding something that I felt resonated with me to be true back in the early 70s, I'd forgotten over time. And I say recently, within the last 15 years, and my, you know, uh, visit from the ladies here in the house who re-emphasized, nope, it's time for you to get started on this. Okay, so I immediately kind of went back into a Casey mode and went, oh, wait a minute. I knew about this a long time ago. I knew I was going to be a hermit, blah, 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 blah. I knew, and so this was part of my original contract. And I've been trying to get out of it all this time. Oh, holy crap. So I quit fighting it. Now, so each one of you has your own journey, whatever it is. But for me, I've talked about it in a bit, all that. So, but with that said, though, I had to quit fighting it. So, whatever your journey is, big or small, tall or large or whatever, you have to accept it. You have to go, listen, I know I'm a part of the quantum universe. Yes or no? Yes. Period. There doesn't have to be any God involved. Do you believe that there are quantum energy in the field? Yes, because they've proven it scientifically. It exists. So guess what? They've proven by proving the quantum that the spirit world does exist, or the possibility that it does exist because it's in the quantum, right? Where all things are. Oh, whoops. See, they just explained scientifically that there is a place for the spirit to be and exist in the quantum. Well, because I am a thinking, sometimes, individual, then therefore I'm speaking into the universe, then therefore I am part of the quantum. Therefore, this video, our conversations, are now a part of the quantum because they're in the computer, whether they're being used or listened to or watched or not, doesn't matter. The frequency is in there. Thank you, Bob. We love you. So, there are these different levels of this. Do we make a difference in the universe? The answer is, yeah, buddy, we sure do. And what I never thought possible is actually even more possible. I mean, it's just like, what? So, but in yourself, your discussion with your own spirit guide, your own connection, when maybe I should turn left, and you find out there was an accident, that whatever your um, intuition is where you start. You can't work with my intuition. You can't work with Chloe's intuition or Susie's intuition. You can have conversations with these people to understand your place and so forth. But I'm sorry, I was getting rid of a bot. Oh my God, we missed a 20. Well, that's horrible. If nothing else, remind us to. So, oh, look, another one right behind. Oops, wait. I get messages from Christian music artists saying, thanks for helping them break from the matrix. Cool beans, Delaney. I mean that. We each have our talents, you know. I do not have your talent, Miss Pearl, but I'm so grateful to the universe that you are here, not just here, but here in the universe, and that you have the talent you have. And see, that was something that Buffalo reminded me again tonight. I mean, I'm always thanking you folks for showing up and being who you are and encouraging you to be more than you can be, kind of thing. Um, but that's what makes us special. There are some people, you know, y'all are drawn here for whatever, for different reasons, but basically the same reason, right? To share knowledge and to participate and feel where other people, hopefully you're fit. We accept you no matter who you are, right? As long as you're not a bot, you know. So, third eye, connecting with your spirit guides, um, learning to, you know, trust your instincts, to have faith in yourself, to trust your instincts. I mean, these kinds of things, if, you know, there are folks on a spiritual journey that think this is just frivolous bullshit and that it really isn't important. But it really is important because if you cannot connect to that higher self, to that spirit guide, to, you know, to the quote, the spiritual world, it's already there. You just have to learn how to listen, how to hear it, how to hear the notes. The other night we were talking about the drum, and there are times when when you finally hear the drum beat of Mother Earth, when you can kind of feel it through your feet, day or night, wherever you are, when you can hear that drum beat, it's like, oh man. Because that was one of the things a medicine man told me. He said, trust in the drum. And I was like, what are you talking about? You know, early on in going to powwows, long before I started doing puppet shows or storytelling at powwows. So, you know, I was a really bad, you know, a bad novice. So I was like, so you got to feel it in your heart. Yes. You got to hear the drum. Okay. I hear it beating over there. No, that's not what I mean. You got to hear the drum in here, hear the drum. Okay. You know, and I was like, I thought I understood, but as and weeks and months went on, I realized on pondering what he said, to hear the drum is to feel the drum. To feel the drum is to hear the drum. What is this nonsense? And then I was like, I was remembering the powwow I'd been to like a couple of weeks earlier, and I was listening to a song, and I could hear, and I could blah blah blah, and I could hear him singing and doom dum 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 dum, dum. And I was like, some bitch, I can hear the drum. I could actually feel the drum. Now I'd been to quite a few powwows by then, but in thinking still on to hear the drum is to feel the drum, to feel the drum is to hear the drum. Well, that's just nonsense. No, it ain't. It ain't, you know. But when it hits you, when you hear it, when you can feel it, everything else is like, well, yeah, okay, all right. He said it, you know. I hear it, feel it, hear it, yeah. And then when it happens to you, your spirit jumps, and you went, oh crap. So now that you like get it, there's the allowing it to sink in, which still goes on for some things for me. I'm still understanding that simple thing about the drum, although I can feel it and hear it and I get it, but there are still little nuances that come in about the drum that I'm still picking up. So you don't close off to any of it. But when you accept it 100%, then there, oh, I didn't notice that over there. But because you agree to accept it, then if something else comes into your field of vision, you go, oh, that's part of this, ain't it? Oh, I get it. Holy crap. And then that's a whole new level of understanding. Okay. So now that you are learning, wow, this is actually my spirit guide. Oh, wow. So when I listen to my, I'm listen, and when I listen to my intentions, I'm listening in a large way to the universe. I'm listening to the great spirit of things because I realize I'm connected to all things. Oh, holy crap. It snowballs on people. And there are times when I still get smaller snowballs, little tweaks of information or insight over the years, because it's like, wow, like sitting here talking to you about certain things. I go, I can feel with the help of my guides in this conversation that I've made inroads on my own understanding of the drum because what I just spoke about. But I can tell by how I speak about it that I understand, I comprehend a little more than I did. And it's like it keeps growing, not by leaps and bounds, but these tiny little pockets of nuggets of really good information. And so when you hear me say in my prayer that you continue to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. The many blessings from the universe are always all these added nuances to the things you thought you understood, and then you realize how, wow, man, I know so much more now than I did. But now I just find out I'm just a novice at this mess. I am a shaman in training, absolutely, you know. But it's still a fun journey. It's still great to understand. It's great to try to be able to pass this on to you all in whatever way you need it. The best fun. When Barry Manilow came on, I write the song that nobody sings. I write the song that make us feel all those pains. Never mind. I'm sorry. But so to carry this on, and this has been 2 hours and 20 something minutes uh, on this subject, and trying to bring someone up from not understanding at all what instinct or spirit guide or whatever any of that could mean to them. So but start with that gut feeling, and just allow that. Well, if I have a gut feeling, that's my intuition. Where's that intuition coming from? Well, if you allow yourself to believe that, well, that intuition's coming from my spirit guide, and just accept it. Well, what's his name? Where'd they come from? Who are they? Who do they belong to? Oh, wait, you asked me about bloodlines. I'm sorry. I'm going back to the question about bloodlines and essence. I know there was a period of time what I would swear that I had a walk in because my behavior changed. I mean, it was like, but I was like asking the universe, like I'm going crazy here. I don't know what's going on. My brain, I mean, I was literally in like a panic attack mode, like 24/7. Even in my sleep, I was just like, So one of the reasons why I make the statement about be careful about what you wish for as far as your third eye, because in going back through that period of time, I realized that I was still dabbling in crystal, not meth, but crystal work and crystal meditation. And I still have lots of crystals and rocks. But with that said, though, I was using them in different periods, ways, stuff. And I think I opened up something in me that drove me nuts because there was so much stuff just going like this all the time. I mean, bizarre stuff, all right? Bizarro stuff. Just couldn't stop it, couldn't make heads or tails of it. And an entity, I swear to God, just kind of took over and said, "It's okay, we got this." Like what? And so there was no, during this time, it was very dull. It was just like, you're gonna eat, drink, sleep, go to work, go to school or whatever. I might have been going to school at the time, but um, and I was trying my best to reject any of this spiritual nonsense for myself. Although I'd been eating mushrooms and going on spiritual journeys on purpose. So I think that I opened something in my, with crystals and meditations and mushrooms and outside and nature, and that I busted something. you know I also had another serious head bang. I had another concussion. So, but the feeling, and even at the time I was like, dude, did is this what a walk-in is? Because my tension and stuff dropped and things and stuff, and they were like, but I couldn't have a creative thought. It was just like I was just like in basic mode. Get her done what needs to get done. Don't worry about this over here. Don't worry about that over there. Don't watch it. No, we're just going to get you by. And then it was about the time of my last visit with Mary and Sister Helene and Sister Teresa, that I realized it was gone. I was like, what? Wait a minute. Um, the walk-in's gone. Now this has been quite a few years back now, but but it was like, wait a minute. Somehow it, whether this walk-in for me had been gone, or that this was the spark that said, adios, you got this now. I've gotten you through this crazy spell. And during that time, whatever was downloaded, because I haven't done any more mushrooms or anything else, right? And so in that length of time, it's allowed me to process that which I took in too quickly. Oh, so I've had a chance to, chew my cud. So now it was like, all right, you got this. Here's Mother Mary to give you, her essence. Yes, this is tied in. And her essence says, it's me. Pay attention, have faith, believe, 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 believe. Trust me, you'll figure it out. And the walk-in was like, see ya. you know, what? I mean, it was a strange sensation. because it was like I was in robot control, but my somehow my inner self knew there was this robot in control, that I wouldn't go off over here, I wouldn't go over there, I wouldn't lose my temper, I wouldn't blah 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 blah, I wouldn't get depressed really quick. So but then I was like, okay, I'm gonna, take control of my depression. Okay, I'm gonna take better control of my anger. Okay, so all these little steps and things that you deal with in order to be of higher self. That whoops. So it was like, all right, guy, we got it covered. We took care of. I was here for all the topics, and you've got it under control. Now, my question for me was like, now what the do I do next? And they were like, you'll figure it out. You have the essence of Mother Mary to let you know she's still out there. You're still part of the plan. Have faith. Okay. So for each one of you, you're going to have to find that point of, I got to have faith if you don't. All right. Now there's and I lied to myself for a long time because okay, Mother Mary, blah, 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 I got a ton to do, and yeah, and then I had convinced myself of a false faith. Oh yeah, I believe. I didn't really. Yeah, I understand. I didn't really. Yeah, I really get this. No, I didn't. And because I thought I did, I was open and I thought I got it because I understood a whole lot more then than I did beforehand. So ain't I making progress? But that it was like I was at about 98% belief. There was some stuff I just was like, I don't know. And so I went outside, laid down, face down on the ground, and went through my ritual. And I said, I believe 100% now. And there was a change that came over me that lifted me out of a lot of other stuff. And whether I know what's coming next or whatever, I have faith and I believe that I'll work it out however it needs to get worked out. Do I'm going to rely on my spirit guide because I'm going to stay open to the universe, and I'm going to stay open to my experiences up to this time. And I'm just going to have faith that one way or the other, I'll figure it out. Spiritually, mentally, physically, whatever, I'll figure it out and have faith. Now, is it going to be difficult? Yeah, I still haven't figured my truck out. That's being a pain in the ass. But every time I talk to somebody, they go, well, have you tried this? Yeah. Really? Wow. Okay. So this has been an interesting ride and a test of patience for me. But for each one of you now, um, depending on where you want to go with this, um, for yourself with the spirituality. Now there are folks who like. Now I ain't picking on nobody, but there are folks who talk about the divine, energy all the time, and they discuss the divine energy as being like only female, and that's not true. In many readings and stuff with Native Americans tonight, I think with the buffalo thing, it's that buffalo medicine um, ties us to the divine, which is male and female. That's the true divine. So folks want to look at one side of the picture only and forget about the other side of the picture. You need to understand they both need to coexist. Well, but this exists over here just like this. Okay, but you can't forget this. But I don't agree with it. I don't. Oh, okay, but it's still there. It still exists. There's proof and reasons. And if you will quit being so one sided biased and just listen, Don't say anything. Keep your bias out of it and just listen to the universe. Okay. And you'll go, holy crap. Everything I've been saying is true, but maybe I have not included this other stuff because of I was so focused over here. I wasn't listening to the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey used to say. So the rest of the story in learning about your spirit guide is like you're going to have to understand something that just makes absolute zero sense to you at the time, or is like totally against your grain, and you go, no way in a million years. And then a month later, you say, well, that million years sure went by fast. Because I see something now about this that it's still, I still don't like it, and it's still really not good, but I understand something that it's more complicated than that. Oh, like there are folks who it's always the Rothschilds and the Bilderbergs. It's a lot of other people in between. It ain't just them. Okay. Oh, everything that's evil is attached to Satan. No, there's just some greedy sons of bitches out there that just that's just their personality. Are they evil? Do they worship Satan? I knew this greedy son of a bitch who was a millionaire years ago. Almost went to work for him. And I don't think he was a Satan worshiper or anything, but he was one greedy son of a bitch, and he was a Methodist. So, but there are people who are just born with this feeling of that they're righteous because I am who I am. I can do what I want because I am a righteous person. When actually they ain't. They uh, used human beings as machines. They cut them, took advantage of them. Oh, but it's all because it's business. Hey, baby, did you make up that coleslaw binyang? What the hell is that? So anyway, for me, I'm always talking about me, but uh, in reaching certain levels of aha headness, I was like, what? And then I went through I was going to say brief time, but it might, in the grand scheme of my age at 69 and a half, that maybe 2 years kind of thing, when I hit upon this and had this aha moment, um, I realized that I started looking around at other people and situations, and I caught myself making judgments on other folks. And like some Christians like to do, well, if you ain't saved by the blood of Jesus, okay, dope, all right, calm down. Um, but that I've realized how many people did not have a clue what I could now understand from a medicine man, shaman in training, naturalist, maybe even a druid kind of thing, just the understanding of nature and their on, there is like, wow, I know that rocks are of the earth and that they're, very essential and they have energy and all that kind of stuff. And like, okay, that's all really nice and groovy and stuff. But um, there are other people, when you try to have a conversation about it or see what their point of view is about it or something like that, you realize, well, these folks just really don't get what I understand. Now, I understand it because I've learned other medicine men, shamans, people, spiritual people, and not just Native Americans, but there are a lot of people who just get certain things, right? And I could pinpoint them. And this person, oh my God, Kashka, he knew about this. Oh my God. So that's a person that I know. And so as I woke up with certain things, I could point at the people who I trusted. And I went, holy crap, now I know what they mean. Now I know what they meant. Now I know what this story means. Now I know what this vision means and what the animal, holy shit. And then the levels like an onion that unpeel and you, holy crap, right? So when you look at other people and who are, quote, on the spiritual journey, at the time I found it really easy to criticize and go, well, these freaking people don't know what they're talking about. Well, they're off over here and doing this, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's just bullshit. And it's like, they don't know what they're talking about. Well, in that, I had to get my ass kicked. And it's like, do your own channel, but you can't be knocking these folks. If they believe what they believe, hey, Sheila, how are you? Then that's their belief. But you have to be able to say, well, see this person over here, they're talking about this. Let me warn you about this. Okay. Not the person, not them people, but here's an experience. Let's have a conversation. So you do what you want, you make your own choices, but do you know this? Okay. Let's have a conversation between friends. So, there are other people who talk about things and because they have a mission, and the mission is to have a topic every day, and they've got to fill an hour's worth of stuff, and they've got they have an agenda. Okay, now the agenda is to have an hour's worth of stuff every day. Okay, now whether or not there's anything illicit or bad or whatever behind it, but that's their goal. You see, that's their agenda, good or bad. That's it. So for me, my agenda is to, when the spirit kicks me on the floor and says, you're going to go talk about this shit, I have to get up and do it. And begrudgingly or not, I got to get up and do it. We got to have a conversation. Good morning, Miss Sheila. Hope you're doing well. Everybody, Miss Sheila, my neighbor, next door neighbor, say hi, y'all. Pass the coffee. But anyway, um, so to understand your spirit guide, I'm still learning. There are still presents and gifts from the universe. I keep getting, you know, little blurbs of extra understanding on things. And they're great. It's like little, ooh, here's a happy pill. It's or a little bubble with it, like playing, like if you were, playing Pac-Man or something, you're going along and you hit a bubble that, gives you 20 points or whatever. Uh, Howdy, neighbor. But so, and these little tidbits of extra information that come along, for me, it's like at one time I say, well, if I understand all this, then ain't this kind of going to get boring? Ego wanting to come in. And so, as a puppeteer, storyteller, actor, director, so forth, um, to be good at what you do, I realized a long time ago, 30 years ago, that you cannot go around, oh, look how good I am. Nah. You can't be, yeah, I know I did a good job. Look at me. Nah. Can't do that. But you got to be confident in what you know. And that in the long run is what made me successful. That's how they hired me at the local theater as their, as the permanent director, and uh, as far as the entire theater went, not necessarily per show, but I did direct a lot of shows, set lights, sound, did all the sets, for several years in a row, three, four, five shows a year, and stuff in between. And that's because I just did a good job. And people said, let's ask Dave to do it. Versus, see how good I am. You should hire me for this. No, I just never said a word. And they hired me, much to my surprise, and said, I was on the board of directors, for example, and I had heard from another board member. They said, there's whispers going around that they want to kick you off the board. And I was like, what? What did I do wrong? And oh man, I was going in like, and my spirit guide way back then said, calm down, chill out. And I was like, okay. So I go to the meeting, they're having this conversation. I'm a board member, I'm there, I'm paying attention, taking notes. And they go, well, we've got a situation here. And the situation is this needs to be taken care of. And we'd like this to happen and everything. But we'd like David for this position, but we can't hire him because he's a board member. And so I went, what? So the president of the group at the time turned to me and said, would you step down as a board member, but you would still have a say so in the meetings because we want to make you the director of the theater building. But you can't be both, one or the other. And so the rumor that I was gonna, be asked to not be one of the on the board of directors was because they wanted to pay me to go there, which I'd been volunteering for a long time. But since I was disabled and on disability and all that, they wanted to compensate me for my driving and my time, and so it wasn't really pay, but but that, so the rumor was true. They wanted to fire me so they could hire me. So not everything that you hear is like, oh my God, they want me off the board so we can hire you and pay you money and put you in charge. What? That was interesting. So, but that's because of persistence, and that's because of me learning how to keep ego out of something. Now I would speak up and say, listen, that ain't going to work. But I got a possible solution to make it work. If, what is it? We can do it like this. Oh, well, we've tried something like that before. Yeah. For example, I built a set that spun from the middle like this. And all you had to do was clear stuff out of the way and unlatch it and spin it and latch it back in place. So you could flip the set without curtains or moving or anything. All you had to do was move the furniture and literally flip the set. And they were like, oh my God, we didn't know, this works so good. We could do a complete set change in under a minute. It was phenomenal. But so to the point though, the scene changes. Um, by your example, by your wisdom and how you present it. There were other people who was like, listen, I know what I'm talking about. And you should listen to me. You do it like this. And I had been like that. And over the years, I have mellowed out and looked at it and said to myself, do you know that's only making you enemies. So the higher self says, if you have patience, if you do it like if many times they were like, if you will flip and listen to me, listen to my advice, Okay. Instead of the old me going in, just busting in and, blurting stuff out, they were like, hold your tongue, Hawkeye. Yes, sir. you know, don't blurt out. Are you ready to blurt out? Yeah, yeah. Not now. Night, night, Susie Q. Yeah, I love you too. Be safe. Stay safe. So, in learning who your spirit guide is and learning who your connection is, you will learn by practice. And, if you put something down like my soda yesterday, I did my best to listen to the spirit and don't put it there. So I moved it and it was like, not quite, moved it down again, and I still knocked it over. So, but there was a part of me that said, anywhere on this side, you're going to knock it over. But I said, nah, but down here should be okay. I listened and I listened and then I didn't listen and I knocked it over. That was just a soda. That's not the point. The point is simple, is that these little things happen all the time through the day and all that kind of stuff. That's how you learn. Holy crap. I I was paying attention, but I realized I should have took that soda can and just put it around up here. That's the lesson. I was listening, but not quite enough because I myself realized you cheated, Dave. You should have put it around over there and you just backed it up. So I listened, but I cheated. That's how you know if you're connected to your higher self. That's how you know. That's how you practice your instincts. Tiny little things all through the day. Well, I'm going to get this, maybe not. Well, I'm going to do this, maybe not. Or maybe I should have done this and you didn't. Whatever the little messages are through the day, the more you pay attention to your instincts, which is your higher self, you'll become more spiritually aware. Because in order to become more spiritually aware, to use the medicine wheel, now you trust your spirit guide, you trust your intuitions. So when you go into the medicine wheel to pray, to go into the medicine wheel to seek knowledge and understanding, now you can trust who you're listening to. So I'm praying to the North and I'm asking for insight or information or whatever your prayer is. But if you don't have a connection with your spirit guide, how are you going to know if any of the information is correct? How are you going to know if you're even listening? How are you going to know? So you can go inside the medicine wheel and you can say your prayers, but if you don't have any communication skills with your own higher self, your own spirit guide, how are you going to get the answer? You can hear it in your head, you can see it in some kind of vision or picture or something. But then if you haven't trusted your intuitions, then do you know, well, there's a picture of the Washington Monument. Oh, what does that mean? Oh, blah, blah, blah. Well, uh, if you'd been chatting with yourself, your higher self, or whatever, you may already have at least an inkling of what it means versus just being blown out of water. Oh, there's a picture of a vision of us. Yeah, and it might not really mean, it may mean something that you're going to go to Washington or that you want to visit it there, whatever it is. But, or you may have recently seen the picture or something about Washington. So, but the fact that you had this vision while you're inside the medicine wheel, you would automatically associate it to something profound when actually it just could be a memory. But if you don't have conversations with your spirit guide to help you to understand these things, you go, oh, yeah, that's right. I was watched this thing on, and so you can see it. you can understand it for what it is, and you can dismiss it so that your brain will go to the next thing that whatever the spirit's trying to, uh, the whatever answer from the great mystery. So, but if you're anticipating what the answer is, if you're seeking the answer is one thing, but if you're like, well, I know that answer is over there and it's right over there, I just know it is. Maybe it ain't. It might be over there, or it might be behind you, or you might be sitting on it. But the answer, it's over there somewhere. And so you're so convinced it's over there, you miss all the 359, if it's 360. So you got 359 degrees choices that you missed. you know, all these other potential directions, not counting up and down, in a globe. So put yourself in one of those hamster balls, and which direction do you want to go, kind of thing. So anyway, but so why is it important to know about your spirit guide self? Then why build the medicine wheel? Why want to learn how to use the medicine wheel if you don't have the basic understanding? Now, it's all good in that if you don't know, but you want to do it anyway, well, then your gut's telling you, guess what? Maybe your spirit and angel self is telling you, you feel compelled to do this. I don't know why, but I want to do it. That's a good thing. Because if you haven't had conversation with your spirit self, something is screaming at you, drawing you towards this to understand and to do. Guess what? That's your spirit guide. you know, ding, 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 ding. What? I don't know why I'm being, drawn to this. I really want to do this, and I feel like it's important. Okie dokie. But you don't know how to talk to your spirit guide. No, not a clue. That's bullshit. Okay. Then, but you just got drawn here anyway? Yep. Ding, 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 ding. Guess who dropped you? Guess who brought you here? What? Yeah, your spirit guide just drug your ass here. You're kidding. Just think on it. Now, for those of you who get most of what or all of what I'm talking about, I absolutely bravo for you. But I'm here to tell you, for whatever and I'm not saying you don't know what you know. That's not it. But for all those times you think you know what you know, and then all of a sudden this extra wonderful little tidbits of information comes, the extra gifts from the universe, it's just like there's icing on the cake, but now they're adding little gumballs and stuff. Wow, we're getting bombarded this morning, ain't we? You sick of Michelle? Oh, hi Steve, how you doing? How many times must a man fall down before he calls him a man? The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. How many times must a cannonball fly before we're forever free? But the answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. Okay, musical interlude. So, I got a few funny vids of the messages from the universe on the books in the Dollar Tree store. I got a few funny videos of the messages from the universe. Okay, that sounds, yeah. Well, Miss Pearl, you understand this maybe more so than a lot of other folks. That messages can come anywhere in a book from the Dollar Tree store, in a something. I mean, stuff shows up, messages show up everywhere. And I talked about this way back when, and talking about how words were important and how but how the impact of it will come back to us and how we can find things anyway. But with that particular said, the spiritual awareness thing is that's just it. You don't have to believe everything as fact, but you have to believe that it's possible. Okay, that's the difference. Well, I don't want to know. Well, but it's possible. Well, I don't know. Well, do you really understand everything in the universe? Well, no. Okay, that's the point. There's no way any of us can understand everything about the universe, right? Nope, ain't going to happen. But what we can accept is that it's so big and it's big. And oh, by the way, did I tell you that it's big? Um, but that it's so big out there in the universe, I gotta think, wow, man, maybe, possibly. I don't know for sure, but I will grant you this because the universe is so big, it's possible. Whether you believe it actually does exist, but you could leave that door open to maybe, I don't know, versus, nah, that's impossible. I, I have been proved too many times on that front. I have proved other people in certain areas wrong when they say, that's impossible. You can't do that. And then I made a set that flipped and you could do a set change in under a minute. They said it couldn't be done. Eh, you know, sorry, but it's simple. You just do it like this. What? Yep. So, but, for me, and part of your spirit guide thing, I've talked about this a long time before. People always use the remark, think out of the box. One of my big awareness things uh, years ago, a couple of years ago, was that, oh my God, to think out of the box, to really think out of the box, is that there is no box to think out of. What? And that like blew my mind for a while, you know. And there are still people going, I don't quite get that. Well, I'm thinking out of the box. Yeah. But so your thoughts, you're accepting that your thoughts are in a box to begin with. If you've accepted, I have to think out of this box, then you're in a prison. You're confined. So, but then I had to leave that out of the box thing alone because it meant that I believed I was in a box that I had to think out of. What? Seriously. So all the people that think out of the box, they have accepted that they're in it. So for me, I went, oh, holy crap. There is no box. What you're thinking out. So, but by everybody else's thinking, I'm really thinking out of the box because I've eliminated the box. The box doesn't exist. Whoa, dude. That means you are using the whole universe as somewhere there might be an answer out there. Somewhere there might be a picture, a clue, or something, right? Versus I got to think out of the box to find the answer. Just saying. When I talk about this, I can hear George Carlin in my head. Okay, a box. You got to think out of the box. If you have to think out of the box, then what do you need the damn box for? And the box and everything's got to be a box. I can hear George Carlin. I don't think he did a stand-up thing about the box, but if I'm channeling anybody at the moment, it's George Carlin. You know, anything will be possible with the cream. Right. You crushed that box. Well, see, I did the same thing. And I was like, gotta crush that box, gotta get rid of it, stomp it out of it. And then my brain, later on, after I crushed the box, I realized that the thought process is that I had to crush the box to get rid of it. And then my brain went, what if the box never existed? Oh, holy shit. I've not only crushed the box and destroyed it and got rid of it, I wrote it out of history. I took it out of my frame of reference. It's like I just erased it, right? That was a whole nother level of, even though I realized the box and I crushed it, and then by crushing it, I was like, wait a minute, didn't I just give into the same prison because I had to crush it to get rid of it? I mean, holy crap, right? So the depth of things. First, you realize, wait, I'm in a box. I got to think. So all of these little nuances is what I'm talking about. So that's just the box thinking, or not, or so. But for everything that you have this aha moment about later on, as things go on, you go, holy crap! There's another little droplet of goodies. It's just something else. Listening, but journaling at the same time. Is that for me, Chloe? That's great. No, that's a good thing because there have been other great thinkers and elders and so forth that, in listening to, just, got to write shit down. This is for later. I want to remember this. Now, whether or not that's got anything to do with me, but you go ahead, sister. But anyway, so I applaud everyone. It's 3:18, or is that 13? Wait, it looks like an 8. Oh, it's a 9 now. I got a minute. Oh my goodness. Oh, and I think I got to reload. Yep. I'm not gonna make it. I know it's almost 20, and I'm not ready. Oh, y'all start, and I'll be right behind you. That last bowl was a short bowl, and I've smoked it for the last 3 hours, so which ain't bad. Sharing it. Holy mackerel there, Andy. I did it again. So one of the things that, for in having chats with people years ago, and talking about the swamis and the gurus and this guy and that guy, and long before I knew about Native American traditions and elders and so forth. But the subject was similar. We were going to study Buddha and get close to nature, right? I'm Om and Hamadi Ram Ram Ramadi Ram 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 Hamadi Hamadi Hari Rama 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 Hari Rama. Yeah, I'm coming. Y'all go ahead. It is 20 now, so, and I'm almost there. But that gosh, this smells good. But that then when I got closer to home and just started using Native American stuff, I was like, wow, I don't have to go to India to the Ganges River. I don't have to go to the Himalayas to study Buddha. I I just need to go to my local neighborhood powwows and get to know folks and realize, oh my God, we have so much in common with them folk over there. But these folks are right here, right now. So anyway, smoke if you got them. I got them now. So over the years, there's been some folks that, as far as spirituality, whatever or whatever, was limited to hallelujah on Sundays, or sometimes on Wednesdays. Hallelujah on Sundays with the preacher, and fire and brimstone, and the only way to get to heaven is through Jesus, and that's that. I mean, that's that. Well, where are you going to die when you go to? Well, I'm going to heaven. You think you're going to, what are you going to say to St. Peter at the gate? Well, St. Peter, I'm going to say, I hope you forgive that time I pinched that, that pretty little girl on the ass when my wife wasn't looking. I hope you would, forgive me of that. And I Lord, I'm a Baptist, and I've been looking down on them, then God dog Catholics ever since I can remember. Lord, I'm sorry about that. Catholics got just as good a right to come to heaven as us Baptists do, but I won't hold it against them because Lord, St. Peter, are y'all getting what I just said? Anyway, if you were Catholic or a Baptist, you probably get the joke, but uh, you mean you made it? Yeah, you made. Yeah, but you're a damn Catholic. I know. I didn't know if I was gonna make it neither. So you made it? Yeah. Well, the preacher said I was gonna make it. He said, "Come hell or high wire and damnation, I was going to heaven." He go, but I thought there for a while he was trying to push me in the wrong direction with all that hellfire and damnation. Like that joke I told. I'm still laughing at this silly joke about the two boys that got in trouble that went to the preacher. Mama told me he just said he'd get straightened out, and the young boy went first, and about 8 years old. And preacher looked at him and said, "Do you know where God is?" And the little boy was like, "Hmm." You've been in trouble lately. Do you know where God is? And on that third one, he said, "Do you know where God is?" And the little boy ran out and ran home. And his brother's like, "What's wrong with you?" And he said, "We're in big trouble now because, they God's missing and they think we done it. You know, I'm still laughing with that joke. God's missing and they think we done it. You know, I'm sorry. Crazy humor is simple humor, but humor nonetheless, right? It's supposed to be chuckle, chuckle. But one of the things that in my having chats with my folks upstairs, people say, "Well, I think you're just fucking nuts." Well, maybe, you know. But we've had some really wonderful conversations. They pulled me out of some really good jams. Having conversations right now is I'm channeling some of the, what feels like George Carlin kind of discussion, in my head that if you could hear it, some of it's coming out, but a lot of it's not, but anyway, if you could hear the shit in my head, y'all would just, you'd be peeing on yourselves at the moment. Well, I may already have, I can't feel my, never mind. Uh, but if, if you and your spirit guide can't have a laugh, if you can't make jokes with your God, as an example, if you think that the creator, now if you're just making sure enough, like I mean, just mean, bad, nasty stuff about God. But now here's a God story that was a Catholic story, okay? And it's like, so there's one guy, man. He'd been talking to the pastor, right? And he's like, Father, you know, they're having this tournament, golf tournament on Sunday, and he said, tee off is at like 8 o'clock in the morning, and mass don't start till 9, and I don't know where else to go, and so I'm just gonna have to, you know, go to confession, but I'm gonna have to miss mass on Sunday. And the father looked down and he was like, "Well, my son, and you must do what you must do, but God expects you to." Yeah, I know, Father, I know, and everything. Is like, well, if God were a golfer, he would probably wouldn't want to miss it either. Oh, yeah, that's probably true, Father. Well, now I will bless you, but I'm also going to point my finger, and you better, come to mass Sunday evening down at the other parish. Okay, Father, well, I'll do that. All right. So Sunday comes and he's out there on the green, and he tees off, and the first couple are like 250, 275 yards straight down the fairway. He's like, man, I'm burning it up, boy. And he's like, 200 par, first hole, 200 par. So he's 400 par, by the second on the third hole, right? Then all of a sudden there's a cloud that kind of moves over the golf course. And it doesn't really look like rain, but it's acting kind of funny. And it's following this group of golfers around the golf course. And so, the layman, he's out there and he's like, well, Father, I'm sorry, God, I got to be playing golf today. And so he chips up onto the third, onto the third there, um, um, to putt in. And he was like, oh man. And he hit his putter, and it scoffed off the top. And he went, son of a bitch, I missed. And about that time, there was a rumble of thunder over the top of this guy. He looks up, and there's just this one cloud. And all the other folks are kind of looking and standing back. And so, anyway, he's like, he dismisses it, and he plays on through it. And he was one over par. Then he was one over par again, 2 holes in a row. So now he's only 200 par instead of 4. So now he's like, well, damn, he's getting a little anxious, and he's put a little money on the first 9 holes, and he's getting up on the seventh. And time for him to hit a long one. Man, it's 575 yards just to hit the green. Smacks this one and whaps it over in the woods. Son of a bitch, I missed that bitch again. Grumble. And he's like, wonder what's up. So he tees up another ball. He's just gonna lose the stroke, and he's just gonna try again. Bam! Smacks this one straight down the fairway. Up onto the green and won. 575 yards. What how a remarkable shot. And the cloud just follows him down the fairway. And he gets up there, and it's like one of the money shots. And he's getting close, and boom, he goes to hit the ball into the hole. Son of a bitch, I missed again. Boom. What? Get down to the 9th hole, the end of the first round. Gets up there. He's still 200 par, but he's up on the green, and he can like win this, at least for his partner, uh, because it'd be 300 par and his partner's only 100 par. He could still win this. Well, all of a sudden he gets up on the green and goes to with his putter, shooting for the hole, shooting for the score, and he goes, son of a bitch, I missed again. And there was a spot of lightning that just came out of the sky and landed inches next to this guy holding his golf club. And you hear out of the cloud, son of a bitch, I missed again. God wasn't in church that Sunday neither. None of them Catholics back in the day, that was like a barn burner. If I go to hell, I'm trying over. You're taking an AC with you? Well, I'm sure they got the dirty depths of hell where murder and chaos and all that kind of thing goes on. I think I'm going to the hell that's just really warm all the time. If heaven can have, never mind. I'm going to be sitting in the bleachers, if that's the case. And one of the things that I've said for a long time since I was a teenager is like, God has to have a sense of humor. Look at me. What? I mean, come on. And the platypus? You got to be kidding. God's sense of humor. Have you seen some of these frogs? I'm just saying. But, so this idea that God is this, well, he's evil, wicked, mean, and nasty, will strike you dead with a bolt of lightning. But if you come out of that thinking and realize that the great spirit is just that, it's a great spirit. It's not God, you know. God's going to eat you out, spit you out the other side. You're going to come out somewhere on the other side of Saturn and probably out of Uranus. Hey, keep up with that joke. So, but those folks though, they're in the box, the matrix, because if you're in the box, then you're in the matrix. But for a lot of folks though, and I've talked about this, there is the great matrix of the universe, which is not some kind of in a box thinking. No, it's how the universe is connected in the matrix of of, of electronic lines and energy lines and this. I mean, so there is this matrix of the universe that isn't this weird thing, blah 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 blah. No, it's what holds us together. It's like a membrane. Okay. And so in the native stories, it's the great Spider Woman. And I swear I can't find the stories, but I remember. But how she held all the planets and all the stars together so they wouldn't collide and wouldn't bump into everything. And because they were all in the sky and all a part of the great mystery and all a part of the universe long before the quantum was ever thought of, is the great Spider Woman who tends to all the planets and all of the stars and keeps them together, not as a spider web of conspiracy or death that she's going to come and eat us. No, that's Sam Kennison for you. No, the great spider woman ain't going to come and eat us. No. Anyway, but she tends her web not to catch stuff, but to hold the matrix together. She is the guardian, right? Versus this evil, wicked, mean, and bad, and nasty entity that's we're all going to die. No, she's helping to keep the universe alive. Quite the contrary. So now, what might happen, quote, in the web of the universe and all that kind of stuff? Those folks who have got this evil, wicked, mean, and bad, and nasty thing already stuck in their head, you say the great Spider Woman of the universe and the matrix of the web. They go, oh, the matrix, and it's all evil, They can't think of what maybe this matrix of energies and things is what helps hold the universe together versus a spider and a thing. But, and the idea to bring it to a 3D picture for us to understand. It's strands of webbing, and they've taken pictures of it, and lo and behold, it does look at like a web, and all of these planets and things and stuff are all attached by these energy webs, and who knows, maybe a great Spider Woman and maybe a great Spider Man, who knows, with his little red suit on his thing, spitting it out. But that if you believe in the universe that things are possible, then whether it's figuratively speaking, that there is an actual spider per se, but the universe is interconnected like a spider web. That part is absolutely true. Whoa, so we're not going to leave the giant spider out of this, but whoa, the a web connection, and that part's true. So we focus on the true part and kind of leave the big spider as a maybe. You know what I mean? So could she exist? Could it exist? Well, they proved that the web exists, and the cosmic. So maybe, but if she was going to eat us, we'd have done been at. Okay, just say it. Hey, Steve, like the do on a spider web. Right, exactly. So, but the concept of the web, it's to catch. Well, maybe it's to hold and connect. Well, it's got to be this because our 3D stories and so forth make it more. So that's why I like the native stories and legends and etc. And that, one of these days I'm going to find it, The Great Spider Woman. That is a book, stories, and anyway. But it was how she tended her web so that all things stayed alive, and she tended her web, and yeah, she would catch a fly every now and again because she's a spider, but it was usually the spider web was to gobble up the extra evil like nasty bugs, and she would tend to the goodness, right? So if evil got too bad, she would like gobble it up, and whatever she did with it. Now I could kind of see it as a picture that she would gobble up the evil and spread it out so it wouldn't concentrate in one place too much. Now, that's my interpretation, but that's an interesting thought in and of itself. So you gobble up evil and get rid of it, but you never can get rid of it because if you gobble up something, you got to poop it out. So, but what comes out of her though is she disperses the evil instead of one great big bug into, little shards across the universe. Interesting. So that keeps the universe in balance. So is Spider Woman, the great Spider Woman, bad? Well, not if you look at it like that. And who knows, maybe there's too much goodness that piles up and she goes, nah, this ain't good neither. Things are out of balance. Maybe she eats great big gobs of good stuff, but it disperses throughout the web of the universe, and she just redistributes it to keep the yin and the yang going. Now, ain't that a hell of a story? My guys are saying, yeah, yep, that's some intuition right there. Well, they're saying it's more true than not. Okay, I believe you. All right. In the explanation of it, it's a basic explanation of a spider with web, but okay, I get it. But so anyway, the medicine wheel. Now I want to tag this video because I'm getting tired and it's almost 4 o'clock, and I really don't think I can make the 4:20 mark. But that And understanding what we've discussed tonight, or this morning, I should say, or wherever you may be, is that um, it's essential that you get to know your higher self, your spirit guide, so that when you get to the medicine wheel, you'll be able to hear the answers you ask for. And through the guidance of your spirit guide, through the guidance of the spirit guide, you will be able to understand the messages that come through because they have the higher insight. So it's very important you get to know your guide because you ain't never been there before. And even for me, who've been in certain places several times, I'm still learning stuff. Okay. So it's still good to have a guide to go, see, I told you there was something more to this. Oh, yeah, I remember. Thank you very much for reminding me. So, um, this little addendum here at the end of this about the medicine wheel. Now, you could place a simple medicine wheel on your property somewhere, even if even if you never used it. If you got together four stones for the four places, a center stone, creator stone, and a couple of other stones to designate. I had a number earlier. I think it was 12, but anyway, um, that because you created it, because you chose the rocks, the stones, because you took the time to lay it out, because you took your energy and your intent to build this sacred wheel. Now, whether or not you ever use the wheel yourself for praying or whatever, because you created it, that in and of itself is magical. Okay. Because you want to connect the spirit world with the earth and to connect us even stronger to the earth. So you would create a power point in your location. And if you're in, especially, hopefully, your intent is pure. So whether or not you ever learned how to use the wheel, because you set it up and honored it and made it a sacred place, that makes it sacred. You know, you have made a connection, whether you understand how to use it or not. You found a bicycle, but you don't know how to ride it. But you know it's good for something. So you don't throw it away because you know that it's good for something. You just don't know what. Um, but in this instance, you would know that by creating the wheel, you would be creating something good. How to use it, whatever, um, may come to you. It may not come to you. It may not be your path to walk the wheel, but to create the wheel. Maybe somebody later on and say, "Yeah, I made a medicine wheel. It's out there in the field." What? And they use it. You don't know what the why you created it. The answer could come much later, or it might be that you were just supposed to make it. You were just supposed to get some rocks and lay it out, and that was your chore, and that you built it. Good for you. So, but I would suggest to people that there's a lot of different ways to understand how to dance with the wheel, as the book says, how to walk it, how to use it. A lot of different methods, messages, how many rocks there are, what to do at certain places, a lot of different stuff. So to rush headlong into something and not know how to, you built a car from plans, but you don't know how to drive it. So in this respect, you got plans, you know it's a good one. So you go ahead and build the basis and you learn as you go. Okay. So don't be intimidated by the fact that, oh my God, this one's got 36 rocks. The one in the rainbow book over here has got like 72 rocks. Like, what? I'm like, okay, maybe we could cut this down. They get really tedious and very complicated when maybe for most of us that's not necessary. Now, for other folks, they might need another 50 rocks to finish out the wheel or whatever. But for many of us, just to build a good basic wheel, a good medicine wheel, set up properly with intent, with sage and smudged and cornmeal, and that is powerful in and of itself. So don't be intimidated by there's so much to learn. That's true. But if you don't ever build the beginning of it, you'll never go any further anyway. So you can be intimidated and scared off, or you can put 4 stones down. Then later on, you can add a couple of more stones. And later on, you add a couple of more stones. And every time you add something to the wheel, to the circle, you're adding energy, you're adding your essence. And I left that topic of essence. I veered off of that way back when. Um, an hour ago, I can't remember who asked me about essence and bloodlines. Um, Bloodlines, a lot of time, will relate to earthly bloodlines. Many of them do have ties to ET bloodlines, but I would say be careful when somebody discusses a bloodline. Are they discussing an ET bloodline or a planetary bloodline? Yeah, I know it's connected with this, but in the conversation, what are they talking about? What do they mean? Not yet. Yeah. Well, get rest and be safe. All right. And we'll talk to you soon. I'm fixing to be out of here too. But I don't have to be at work at 7:30. Although sometimes I feel like it. Um, I keep getting bumped off topic. It's been 3.5 hours I've been doing this, plus the storytelling for 2 hours, almost 2 hours. So yeah, it's been 5 hours for me. Um, and that last good hit, like, ooh, turned my brain into jelly. Oh, talking about the bloodlines. So when folks talk about bloodlines, I would ask the question, do you mean alien bloodlines, or do you mean like Jewish or Native American, or do you mean like planetary? Also, the essence of something comes from the spiritual or uh, possibly ET type essence. To me, that the essence is more of a, like for me, I think I'm Palladian. All right. I don't talk about it much, but because of my experiences and what I know and certain things, that's, if my essence is, I'm from there. Okay. I don't have anywhere else. Pleiades is what has always drawn me. So I'm like, okay, that's where I'm from. Not a problem, right? I'm not from the Dog Star. I'm not from Andromeda. Nope, I'm from there. All right. My association or whatever, I don't try to make any claims to know anything about the Palladians anymore or whatever. But somehow I do feel that there is a cosmic relationship for me. No, that's all I can say about that. But in that, I do believe in that my essence could be a Palladian, not necessarily that that's my bloodline. but my essence is a Palladian, but my bloodline is Cherokee here on planet Earth. So, are the two connected? Could maybe some of the Cherokee be of a Palladian essence? I don't know that far back. But for me, I know about my bloodline, which would include a lot of Cherokee, and also from Robert E. Lee, because my father's last name is Lee, and so there's a very strong possibility I am, you know, a long lost relative from Robert E. And which he was, he married the granddaughter of George Washington. So then there would be a connection with George Washington. Holy crap. But so I would consider that my bloodline, okay, not my essence. But my essence I would consider as Palladian. So I can't remember who asked me the question, and it took me a while to get around to it. But I've studied on this and meditated on this for a long time, because trying to understand those things that when I would wake up in the middle of the night and with my arms on the thing, my chin like this, looking up, and there'd be Pleiades out the window. And I'm like, what the hell is this? I'm like before I was 14, 10, 11, 12 kind of thing. Later on in life, I often wondered, was I like abducted? There have been other times in my life I feel like I have been snatched out of this reality and dropped back in. And so, but I can't prove none of it. But for myself, I think I've been snatched out at least astrally, whether physically or not. Not so sure about that. But I think they've snatched my consciousness out and stuck me in an avatar. Or maybe I am the avatar and they don't know. But too many weird things that were just too real, and they weren't dreams. I can just tell. So anyway, but my essence very well could be Palladian. So your essence and your bloodline may be connected, but I think they have their own connections. All right. So, but anyway, I've never noticed that about you until I kind of look Palladian. Well, I've got blue eyes, baby blue eyes. Back before I knew what the hell this lady was talking about, a friend of my grandmother's or something, I don't know, maybe she was an aunt. She was like, "Oh, look at David. He's got bedroom eyes." And I was like, "What?" And my granny was like, "Oh, now don't talk like that." But that was back in like the 60s, right? And over the years, I've had that remark made by women that, oh, you have bedroom eyes. Okay, you know, being a Libra, and if I am Pleiadian, blue eyes, whatever. Okay, but I've never tried to sell it. You know what I mean? You a, that and a dime will get you a half a cup of coffee. I tried to become something else years ago. I came back to this, but certain tribes like the Cherokee. And I'll have to look it back up, but like some of the Native Americans out west were absolutely, we come from the Dog Star, period. That's where we come from. Well, we come from there, and the Hopi and the different, they all have their different stars or wherever that they believe their ancestors from. It's only white people in general that don't refer to their sky brothers and sisters, because it's just, well, that can't be. That all native peoples, now their own tribes, whether it be Pleiades or Andromeda or Sirius, the Dog Star, is that they know they're from there. That's all. That awareness in and of itself that takes them off this planet and makes them and proves to themselves that they're not just a part of the earth, they're a part of the universe, you know? And white people just don't get that right off the bat. Oh, see, we're from there. Okay. That makes them a child of the universe automatically. We say, well, I don't know where I'm from. I'm from here. I'm from Cleveland. I'm from Cincinnati, for Christ's sake. That's where I was born, Cincinnati. And having gone through it twice and seen it and like, it's not what my brain saw as Cincinnati, but okay, which is interesting. Um, what I saw as a kid coming through Cincinnati, because we lived in Dayton and we went anyway. What my little child brain remembers of Cincinnati is not what I saw when I went there this last summer. Just very interesting. Like, this is not what this picture in my head. The picture was false, or at least greatly distorted. So, but anyway, there are times when we see something in a fog. It's an outline. It's not really a ghost figure, but it's not real clear. And so sometimes you can mistake something really quick. And you go, when you get up close to it, you go, holy shit, it's a tree stump, or something. But so reality changes because the things around it, meaning if it's a foggy condition or it's low light or something, and your vision is distorted. Well, in the spiritual realm, that is the same. And to rely on your instinct, your gut, your spirit guide means that you'll be able to see more clearly in the fog, in the mist, if you will. Not like foggy. No, but it's early morning mist and things are in that, I love it when the mist is in the air just right. It makes everything look surreal, to me, whether it's early morning or late in the evening. I mean, down in Tampa, when the fog would roll in off the bay, oh my God, you couldn't see to the end of your fingers, it'd be that thick. But, you know, there is an eeriness to it. There is a surreal between otherworldly kind of feelings just in the mist. There's all the stories of things in the mist, coming out of the mist, whatever. So, which sets our tiny little brains in a mood. But in the area of spirituality, when you are moving into the astral spiritualness of things, and you close your eyes and you can see something so clearly, you got to ask your spirit guide, is this real? Is it Memorex? Is it future? Is it past? And you don't have to ask, where's it from and what is it? And get, nah. It's very simply, you ask the very simple questions. Is that now? Is it current? And so you see the picture and you go, is it future? Am I going to feel this? I mean, so you don't have to say it out loud. As you're getting the download, you're asking just these little simple questions, or just, now, then, past, future, whatever the picture is. So, and as you're getting the download and you ask these like very simple little questions, as the download's coming in, your spirit guide's trying to help you with information. And you go, okay, so these simple questions will help you to orientate. What does this mean? Where is it at? What's going on here? Should I be like grab my gun and be scared, or is this something that I just need to be wary of? Somebody, because of situations, or and so the realism of it, what I've found is there have been times when I could see into the future, and when I'd get to a spot, I go, "Holy crap! This ain't just a deja vu moment. I saw this dream recently, and I'm in this situation. It's not the exact picture what I saw in the dream or in the vision as I when I when I found myself in the situation, I realized the dream was actually a vision, and it wasn't exactly, but it was really close. So when I realized, oh, holy crap! So I have seen this situation before, very, very much like this. Now, how did my dream time gave me an answer, showed me this for a reason. Now, how do I deal with this? So, rather than get pissed off, freaked out, or a number of other things that could happen, when you realize, oh my God, it's not a deja vu moment. I have not actually been here before, but I have seen this before. I have experienced very much like this before, and accept it, receive it. You got to believe it. But so when there are times when you have dreams after you have an experience like this, you go, wow, I had this dream and then it happened. So the next time you have a dream, vision, or whatever that is so clear, and you're like, wait, that you look around and you're paying attention to certain details, for example, like there's a table with something on it, or there's a thing on the wall, or something, right? That really like sticks in your head. You learn to pay attention to those because they were similar in how they felt. The essence of the dream or the vision or whatever you had that came pretty much true, situationally at least, um, you can get to know and understand the nuances of the dream and go, wait a minute. While you're in it, you go, I need to pay attention to this. So one of the things that has surprised me over the years when in just learning to pay attention to your instincts, right? So you're paying attention and you're humming along, and this thing comes up, and you look at it and you go, "Oh, well, that's interesting." Um, and you realize that this could be a future event. Not going to free, but that's the reason to have a journal that I don't use quite as often as I should myself. But um, there are certain things, if they're strong enough, they will stick in my head. But there have been times when they stuck in my head, but the situation that leads up, wait, how do I put this? Okay, yeah, that works. The situation that leads up to the event. In other words, you find yourself in a bar and somebody's having an argument. Okay, that's a poor excuse, a poor example, but somehow you don't know how you get to the bar. There's nothing that tells you how you got in the situation. So as the event unfolds, you look around and nothing seems familiar. And so nothing reminds you that it's this dream you had until you reach a certain point in the dream. And then it goes crack. Oh, I'm here. Sometimes there are no warning signs, nothing to like lead you up to the event, the dream event, right? You don't know how you got there, but all of a sudden you realize this is it. This is that event and that dream at that time. It's so real because you're really there. And the feeling is so real. Son of a bitch, I've seen this layout. I can see this part of the bar, but I didn't see the whole room. I don't know how I got here. It's not really a bar. We're in a restaurant and we're in the corner. So you it fits. But how you got to that event time, there's nothing that relates to it until you get there. And then from that point on, in reality, because you've already dreamt some of this, somehow you've had this experience. And whatever it was in the dream, whatever is happening now, your awareness just goes, I got to pay attention. I'm in the now. I dreamt of this setup. I need to pay attention for whatever reason. And sometimes it's somebody that you meet or see or something. And sometimes it's like really important. It's a conversation, it's an incident. It varies. It varies as, temperature in the daytime, right? So, but all of it is important. I didn't think I was going to make it this far. Okay, Chloe's out of here. Right, me too. Thank you, Chloe. I can pretty good at night with hardly any light. Yeah, me too. I've got this little 20 watt or 25 watt, I think. It might be even a 15. No, it's a 25. Soft white bulb. But as far as in the house, very little light, but I can get around outside. I got little garden lights. Hey, Roman, wish you all, wish you too good. Well, better, some. Anyway, hi, how are you? So, but anyway, in this, I know that not everybody is in this for the shaman's journey, but everybody at some point, whether they realize it or not, are connected spiritually to the universe because of their intuition and their gut feelings. It happens as children, it happens as adults, and the more you pay attention to that and the more you believe it. But remember, there's only one voice you need to hear when that intuition speaks, and you don't want nobody else interrupting you or interpreting for you or nothing. You want that essence, that voice, that feeling always the same. And then you absolutely assured of being in connection with your spirit guide. So whether you build a wheel to use the wheel or build the wheel to just build it and set it, either way, your connection to your intuitions will make sure that your construction and the efforts will be good. Okay, this is all positive. It's all in. Trust yourself. Don't try to overthink it. Don't push it. Don't force your what you think it ought to look like. No, let your intuition say, I think, well, I want this rock to go here because you got to start someplace, right? So you put this rock down, you put this other rock down. And then later on, you go, wait a minute, and you swap the rocks. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But your first intuition was like, well, I like this rock and I want it to go here. When actually, after you set things out, you go, oops, this one needs to go back over here. That's good intuition. That's when you're listening to your spirit guides. If you say, whoa, this looks better over there, wrong answer. This feels better over here. This rock. Oh, now you're with it. Now you're connecting with you're listening to your higher self. You're listening to that spirit guide who says, Hawkeye, or hey Joe, or whoever, hey Steve, you know, Actually, maybe that rock ought to be better over there. Just swap them out. Okay. All right. Trust it. You know, they know better in the grand scheme of things. If you're trusting on the spirit to help you build it, then you got to listen. You know, you can't do one without the other. Well, I'm going to build this my way. Eh. There's your ego right off the bat. I'm going to build it my way. I, me, my. Eh. The idea and this thought and the suggestion should be, I wish to build a medicine wheel for the earth. Well, I'm going to build this wheel and I know how I'm going to do it. No, I seek guidance. You have to state your wish, right? And nobody else around. But so I wish to create a medicine wheel, and I'm asking guidance from the spirits to help me build a good one and to guide me and show me. Thank you in advance. It's as simple as that. So, but then when doing so, then you got to give it up to them. And it might not be right when you want it. It might be in 20 minutes, or it might be in 2 days, or for whatever the insight you're supposed to be, you wish to be getting. So if you're demanding an answer like right now, that's where patience comes into this a lot. You too, Steve. It's good to see you. And stay well yourself, okay? I appreciate always all y'all coming in and hanging out. So you too, Steve. Be safe. So I got a little bit left in here, and we're coming up on a 20. I think I keep yapping. I say, well, I'm going to get out of here, and 30 minutes goes by. My sense of timing, when I get in this state of talking with them and staying like really super duper connected, um, I'm always connected, but sometimes this is like they're like sitting right there on that beam. Anyway, so happy 20 coming up in 7. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Now, you hear me state this at the end of every one of my shows, because I'm serious. So, you know, why would I do this show? Because I'm hoping and wishing that through these chats and things, you will develop your own method to have chats with your own spirit guides. This, um, in a way, this is for my benefit, but only in that it helps to fulfill my job to share this information. But it's up to you if it's your job and if it's your choice is to take whatever information is shared with you and figure out how to keep your communication good with your spirit. Now, what good does it do me? What do I get out of this, if there's anything to get out of this? And subconsciously, as I'm asking my subconscious to answer me right now, subconsciously, it's so that other people will be able to honestly get a clear answer, not some kind of fly by night, confused, chaotic answer. They're seeking the same things I am. They're seeking the understanding. But they may see it differently, but that's okay. But that they see it, and they start piecing it together in their own minds, heads, hearts, spirits, and that they go, wow, maybe it's something like Hawkeye was talking about this last week. And some bitch here I sit and I see what it's talking about. Now it ain't necessarily to reference to me, but my point is you're here. When I was hanging around other people and stuff, I would do the same thing. I was like, this elder was talking about this, and son of a gun, I see exactly what he's talking about. Because now I notice, because I have opened up because of the conversation with my elder, my those medicine men. And I went, holy crap, I still get glimpses of things after all these years. And it's like, so because we're having this conversation, hopefully something will come along and you go, damn, I'm Hawkeye said something about that, and just reference to something, you know, not that I want to be remembered or revered. That's not my point. I'm the messenger. Here's the message from the spirits. And I just happen to be the one that's yapping about it at the time. So, but it's the sharing of the information, and that the information that I, as the messenger, give out, not because I'm infallible, that ain't it, or it's because I'm saying it, it ain't it. I am the messenger. That part is true. But that somehow the message gets through to you, and you go, holy crap. Whether my name was Shamdiliamdam or my name is Hawkeye. If you had a conversation with Shamdiliamdai, then it would be, oh my God, Shamdiliamdai just talked about this, versus Hawkeye just talked about this, versus somebody else just talked about it. So in that reference, but that whatever it is, that for every person I've spoken to up to this point who have had these jumps in awareness, we all share a certain aha-ness. When this happened, yeah, I had a similar. And when it was aha. And we go, yeah. And there's something in the eyes and the voice and the connection. And you were like, holy crap, it wasn't the same incident, but you really know what I'm talking about. I mean, you really get it. You know, for example, there are people who say, I don't know what it's like to have a broken leg. Well, I had a broken leg and several operations. I was in a cast for over a year. I know what it's like to have a broken leg. So if somebody says, "Wow, you had your leg broken," I'm my right leg broken. I was in a cast for 4 months, or and you go, "Wow, really?" There's an understanding there, right? Or whatever, the commiseration or whatever. But when somebody has a spiritual event, an aha moment, and you two people can relate to it and just go, oh, wow, knowing that somebody else knows how you feel, and you go, I know how you feel, and really mean it, that is exciting. you know Not sharing news about broken legs, but for folks who really understand it and really get it, it's 20. So my having conversations with y'all, my subconsciously, I want y'all to be able to get it like I've gotten it, and that other people have gotten it. It's the shared feeling, like I can't wait for you to feel this. I can't make you, I can't, I can tell you the story, but you gotta, when you get to the point where you get what the author was talking about, you go, oh my God, the butler didn't do it. It was the nursemaid. Anyway, in the mystery, It was Sergeant Pepper in the basement with a pool cue. Okay, that's the answer. 42. So I love you all. I hope this has been a little bit entertaining. Uh, Regen, how are you? Um, yeah, you too, Michelle, always. And thank you for conversation yesterday and cheers, everybody, honestly. So the second part of my ending prayer, and I switch gears when I talk about it. Do you like the movie Fight Club? It was okay. I'm just not into violence. I mean, there are certain times when it's like okay, but um the plot and the background and stuff, okay, but the violence and the blood and all this, that part, I'm, I'm just that way. I'm just, now I love a good kung fu movie, but not necessarily one with blood splashing all over the screen. But an honest to God, good kung fu movie. Now they can, in a way, the cheesier the better. Now you can get too cheesy, but the action with a good kung fu movie, okay, I'm a sucker. you know, I used to hate them, and now it's like, wow, that was pretty cool. Having been in a theater production where we had to learn sword fighting, I just a totally different level of understanding and watching sword fights, and you know, if it's a King Arthur or something, or something where the guys are fighting it out with their swords. I love a good sword fight. I swore I'd watch another one, but anyway. But in that though, um, I love it. But the Fight Club itself, not so much. I've had the I've had the pleasure as a director and also assistant director, um, and planning and directing some fight scenes in some plays on stage. The people are just a couple of feet from you, and you have to make it look real. And how you learn how to punch up stage, and how you time that when it comes, and you'll be this far from the person's face, but at the right angle, people will swear you smacked the shit out of somebody. And to make a little noise or something and go along with it, and somebody 5 feet away, 10 feet away will swear to God that, you're beating it out of each other. And I love it. I love it when a plan comes together like that. Um, so, anyway, as far as I was thinking about the choreography of Fight Club and so forth, anyway, but to work with it and do it on stage live, it's a lot of fun, especially if you get somebody that will, you know, likes to do that punching thingy along with you and goes along with it. Um, Slapstick comedy was always one of those things right up there. Vaudeville, I grew up, in the wrong era. I grew up at the tail end of vaudeville that had moved into TV. And, there was still Uncle Milty and Red Skelton and them folks who had done vaudeville, that moved into the early television. And we don't have that kind of slapstick comedy the way they used to do, and pull it off. You know, I mean, there's still some of this stuff with Red Skelton and Uncle Milty, and um, um, who's on first with Abbott and Costello. I mean, oh my God, There are people who have tried to do similar things, but it's just not stuck like what they did, but that's an old vaudeville act. But, anybody that's been around at any age knows what's the who's on first act, right? So you don't even have to go into it. It's like, what's on second and, I don't know who's on third. I don't know. Do you know? But that's why I asked. So, but who's, that's who's on, oh, well, he's on first, right? Who is? Yes. Okay. You got it? The width, the speed, the magic, the essence that was created between the two of them when they did that shtick. Um, you know, Now after a while, it got boring for them to do because it got to be too rote. And as an actor and having done many performances of the same play, when you get to the third week, you go like, okay, and um, you might not necessarily have as much vim and vinegar where you did on the opening night versus 3 weeks into a show. Okay. So sometimes it has a tendency to get a little stale depending on the show you're in. I know because I've been in a couple like that. And the third weekend is always a little tough. You know it too well. You can anticipate things, but at the same time, you may not have the same energy. Of course, you don't have the same energy as you did on opening night or opening weekend. And on the closing weekend, 2, 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks in, you've done it again and smiled at everybody and it's still fun. It's still good, but it ain't that spark that first or second weekend that gives. Anyway, um, I keep thinking my glasses are on my head. Deja vu. Good vibes sending. You too, Regen. Milky Way Silver Brona. Oh, the stories tonight. You liked them, Regen? Yeah, I love hanging out with Robert, on Tuesdays. And if you were there, thank you. Uh, it makes him feel so good, that folks come and hang out. He, I love my dear friend Robert. I do. Never met him, but I know him. He's my brother. And to see the joy, and I told him tonight. I said, when you first started this, when that after Brian passed away, and you kind of took up the mantle, and he's felt that, you know, um, Brian has helped him step by step through stuff, and over the last couple of weeks, he goes, yeah, I feel more comfortable, but he goes, I still feel that Brian's here, but before, Brian was literally moved. I felt like he was like moving my hands and physically helping me. I might be telling a story on Robert. I'm sorry, but I think it's a good story. I think it's interesting. It's part of this because as he's done this, he's become more psychically aware today. I he might not have noted, but I heard him. I opened up my email and he had just sent an email to the link for the show. I mean, he just sent it. I was like, I knew it was there. I wonder if I'll check my email. And through my little, machinations and there are certain times where there are times when you learn how to do this, as you learn how to do this, there are times when you go, that's a thought, and you just kind of keep it there. But tonight I was sort of expecting, or yesterday, I was expecting, is Robert going to send me, are we doing this? And then as soon as I opened it up, it was like, there he was. Almost the exact same moment. I heard him, sent an answer back to him, told him I just heard him, you know. It depends on the horror movies. I like a good sci-fi movie, not necessarily horror. Uh, you know, my heart is still. I remember the first time I saw Dracula, for the real Dracula with Bela Lugosi, and back when we still had black and white TV, and how that simple acting without a lot of special effects was so effective on us little kids at that TV set. I remember having seen King Kong on television for the first time as like a 6-year old, and like was terrified of this giant monkey. Oh my God, King Kong. And it was just on a little television set. If I'd seen that bitch on a big screen, I would have freaked. But consequently, the first really big horror movie, I guess, was Gorgo. It's still one of my favorites, and I they were doing Godzilla type movies, but Gorgo came out of England, Ireland, up over there versus Japan, and it was their version of Godzilla, and it went, it tore through London, and we went to the the Skyway, which was a tornado tore it down. The Skyway drive-in, and they had some seats right up front, where the cars were parked behind. Right, some seats, benches right up front, and the screen. I mean, you literally had to lean way back to see the screen. You were so close. And we sat there in our pajamas. We each had a little bag of popcorn, and there was this freaking Gorgo, giant monster. You talk about a couple of little kids who were like running back to the car wanting to pee their britches, because that is not what we were expecting, and especially on the big screen. So, but like, am I a fan of like Freddy movies? Nah. Or am I a fan of Chucky movies? Nah. You know, I, nah. See, for me, there are horror movies and then there are terror movies. Like, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and raring and slashing and chopping people's heads off and seeing their eyes. And see, that's not a horror movie to me. That's a terror movie. A horror movie is Frankenstein, or the Mummy, or the Frankenstein meets the Mummy, or the Werewolf with Lon Chaney. Now, I'm saying those old ones because there are some newer good horror movies that aren't slash. They're horror ends, and bring up terror without all the slash and murder and the blood and the guts and the gore. So, if you will take the genre and do that split, because I'm not into terror movies. I'm not into the slashing and the blood and all that. Not into them. But a horror movie that's suspenseful, and and maybe there's a stabbing or a knifing, but it's not gore everywhere. Okay. Um, what I always have liked after all these years, and I saw the original. I say the original, the old black and whites, meaning original versus some of the newer with Robert Downey Jr. and so forth, is um, Sherlock Holmes. The old Sherlock Holmes was just great. A good mystery, suspense. Oh, and another thing, another one that I loved, because on Sundays it seemed like they always ran a Charlie Chan movie. And if you've never seen Charlie Chan movies, you should. There are several channels on Roku. You can watch them for free. Some of them are absolutely hilarious. They're suspenseful. There's murder. There's mayhem. There's all kinds of stuff. There's several different versions of Charlie, but they're all very well done, and um, they're fun to watch. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. They're fun to watch. And one of the movies that had a Chinese man who wasn't Chinese, but who used black actors frequently in their movies. Yeah, he was the butler and the chauffeur and the this and that, but he always had a part. So in a lot of other movies, especially back then in the 40s and late 30s, here's a black man in a movie with white people and all these other things. Like what? And in a lot of ways, the role that he played, what he was a star in his own right back then. So Charlie Chan and that and whatever, but these are the black man in a role, and yeah, he was a scaredy cat, but he really played it well. He was an actor, and he loved it. You could tell it from the way he acted and reacted with the other characters. Superb, you know. So, but anyway, that's my 2 cents, and I'm sticking with it. But to finish up the prayer, I do it 3 times because there is power in the three. So my second time, and I say whenever Duggar and I go outside, and I mean that. So as I go outside, stretch my arms up to the sky, and I say thank you, and I ask to send blessings to all of my friends and folks on the channel, and all my friends and folks, and I say thank you, and I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, your relatives, and all of your relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive all the knowledge and the healing and the wisdom and the many wonderful blessings from the universe. And in that law of three, which is important to me, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe, and that you will continue to reject the chaos that comes into your life. And that as part of this show, especially, I continue to pray that you will continue to learn how to communicate with your own spirit guide. That's always in my prayers. Because if to learn to accept and receive, you have to be able to listen to your gut and listen to your instinct and listen to that spirit guide that's going, hey, pay attention to this or ignore that. So, Rejan, Gematria, Michelle, as always, and all y'all, I'm tired. I'm out of here. And it's been 4 hours and 23 minutes for this video. So I love you. I hope that this helps. And, not out of ego, but I hope you remember that something that I've talked about in any of my videos will come back to you and go, yeah, Hawkeye talked about that. Not out of ego for myself, in that it's the topic you remember. It's the lesson that you yourself will learn or see or understand. So I hope you remember me, but only because of that, you know, because of the discussion, not me. you know, anyway, I think you understand what I'm talking about. Miss Pearl, good to see you as always. Thank you, everybody. Have a great morning and a great day. And I will see you soon. Okay. Be safe. Cheers, everybody. Okay. And Duggar says, good night. Good morning, wherever you may be. Until next time, TTFN, Ta for now from South Georgia. Hawkeye Two Feathers signing off. Till next time, be safe. And y'all are doing a great job. Keep up the good work, honestly. Love you. Bye. Oops, there's another button to push. See ya.